right, we are live. Hello,
I was,
everyone.
I was gonna accuse you of something heinous, and then I realized it was probably too far.
All right, yeah. Well, this isn't your channel anymore, right?
uh, uh, yeah, I'll save that for the next Baldur's Gate stream.
Sure. You can keep it wherever you put all your insane accusations, baseless insane accusations. All right. How do I
So,
tell if
what was Epstein's Island like?
Oh my God, I hate you so much. Art, why did we let him onto this channel?
I don't know. This is all your
Yeah, but you're the
fault.
voice of reason here. You should have told me I was a moron.
He did.
I mean, I tell you more like 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah, but it's not
Tell
enough. You,
you,
you need to
you're
get those are
moron.
rookie
Like,
numbers. You need to get those numbers up. This is it's unacceptable behavior from you, Art. Your quotas are too low. Thank you, Art. That's
I need to stop it, monkey. I agree.
Yeah, fucking
um.
monkey.
But yes, today we'll be
So this is why
reviewing.
you'll never make it to Valhalla.
I have to die with a weapon in my hand. Which weapon? A great sword would be
Wait,
cool.
is it just you have to die with a weapon in your hand, or do you have to die in combat?
I assume both.
Yeah, we're still too quiet.
Bruh. Alright, let's see what I can do. Does it like oh it might reset every time.
It doesn't for me, but maybe. I think they had an update recently.
I don't know. It says we're at 130%.
Yeah. Have you split out the? Because if you don't split it up, I think it just prioritizes yours over. I am not hearing dryer noises though. I'm not hearing any background noise.
That's good because that's all I hear. It's very aggravating. Um anyway, we are I picked so how we're gonna do this podcast is we're gonna rotate between the three of us picking a film. I pick a film, Art picks a film, Rangi picks a film. Then we're gonna do a modern film or relevant film to a modern film, and then uh, play a game and then rinse repeat. So we started with a backdoor pilot of a very clusterfuck of a Jeopardy stream. I learned how to fix some of it next time though, so hopefully next time it's not as terrible.
Is part of it is part of it me not drinking as much?
That's on you, Rangi. If you want to be a moron, you can do it on your time or mine. I don't really care.
No, I was just fucking dead by the end of that stream too.
Am I the smartest person on this show just by default?
Because you have us two with you, that's why. You're also you're the elder, Art. We're supposed to look up to you for your
Oh,
wisdom.
That is true.
Oh
You are
man.
the old man.
yeah.
He's in his 30s, everyone. Everyone point and laugh.
You can't prove that.
But
Pretty soon I
yeah,
will.
you remember how I taught you how to boost
Discord's
the audio,
bringing
right?
Discord's bringing ID verifications. We'll all
Yeah,
know each other's ages.
I ain't giving that guy my fucking ID.
Based.
I'm not an idiot.
Uh, but
No, no, it's fine. Planning to use Iron's ID. Iron is planning to use mine. Art is planning to also use Iron.
no, he's using Gandalf's.
I'm gonna do Keir Starmer like everyone else in the UK has.
True, it seems to be a British tradition at this point. You can't reject your culture that much.
I could
That's very
try.
ironic. Choosing picking Art as an example of all people, the most American person out there.
That
Oh,
was the joke. Yeah,
never say that ever again.
the marabou.
Art knows what he is. He just doesn't like putting a label on it.
I can't
Gay.
believe that's actually the fucking word. That's the worst thing that's ever happened.
I said, yeah, I know what Art is.
So
He's gay.
no, that's your job. So you said the washer and dryer aren't coming through.
True. No, I'm not. I'm not hearing it on. So I'm not hearing it on the Discord.
We're on the stream because it's pretty loud right now on my end.
I can't hear it on the stream either.
Okay, that's good. So the noise suppression's doing its job. I love it when technology actually works. It's a rarity in my case. But but yeah, the you guys may have. Do you guys have any guesses why I picked The Lion King as the first film that we shall review?
Because there's a monkey in it.
Not
A
just a
mandrill.
monkey. Yes, there's a mandrill. There's mandrills are very underrepresented in media. It's like actually like a staggeringly short list. It's like Lion King. There's like a Marvel character and like um some like random Mega Man villain. That's like all the mandrills I can
Mega
think of in
Man.
media.
Oh, wow.
So it's very
Alright.
short company, and Rafiki's like the only like mainstream mandrill in all of media. So I'm like, of course we're gonna start with it. It also is just one of my favorite movies of all time in general. I probably like it the most out of the three of us. Art likes it the least, and I'm assuming Rangi, you're probably closer to my view on the Lion King than Art's.
Oh, well, he's dead.
No. See, Rangi doesn't shut up unless you ask him a question. It's the only time he doesn't talk. It's actually kind
I
of
didn't
funny.
fuck it. Why was I muted? I didn't hit the mute button.
God, this is well. I'm just waiting for just one
Okay.
of these not to be a shit show, just one.
Well, I was gonna say before you do anything, Iron, what I need you to do, I need you to go on OBS, go into sources, hit application audio capture, and set it up so it's recording the Discord separately, and that way you can boost our audio separately from everything else on your browser,
How the fuck do I
and that
do that?
should make it easier to balance the audio.
Also, everything's shaking now.
But
Also, I need you
while
to give me $1,000.
Not gonna
I didn't
Oh,
happen.
say
you,
no.
you're getting 1,000 Zimbabwean dollars. That's what, a penny?
My friend
Basically,
has a 1 trillion Zimbabwe note.
Yep. All right,
He's telling me he's a
and
trillion, and I'm like, that's but
I
10 cents, my
can
friend.
you share your screen for OBS on Discord so
bruh,
I
dude,
can.
I'm gonna try and do that and end up like doxing all of us. It's not gonna happen while
Well,
we're
no, no,
live,
no. If you don't have it set up to record your browser, you should be good. Or
bro.
I'll
your
dox
desktop,
myself
you should be
and
good. All you have to
probably
do is
so.
click on Discord and click on the share screen button, and then click on the screen you want to share with me. And it shouldn't share to OBS. It should only share your OBS to the Discord call.
Bro,
Yeah.
can we just like work on this next time? Like we're already an hour late because of
Well,
me.
we said that last time.
Yeah, but I've had like some of the busiest like few days in the last like week. Oh my dude, I'm so
Okay, hold on. Let me listen to the audio and see if it's.
it actually feels like earthquake in
It's
here.
still kind of quiet.
And you can't hear.
Actually, no, it is better. You're the one quiet now. I can hear me.
Yeah, well, there's a fucking earthquake drowning out my my voice.
Okay, well, we'll just continue
Like I said, we're literally right
then,
next to the
and
laundry machine.
I, I will get with you next time to fix the audio.
It's
Okay.
audio has been the bane of my channel
No,
since I've
I'll get to you
started.
before next time. We're gonna specifically set out a date once I'm back from my trip.
Dude, I might just like cut this entire intro. This is actually so fucking shit.
No,
um,
no. The shit show is part of a live show.
yes, but we are particularly good at being shit. It seems to be our speciality.
I didn't do anything.
You're British. That's a worse crime than anything me and Rangi could ever do.
No, the law is that I'm from England, Arkansas.
Hmm. No, he doesn't sound British to me. He sounds more like Canadian.
No, he sounds British.
No, that Rangi knows what he's talking. Rangi knows what he's talking about.
Nice switch up art. It's code switching.
But okay, yeah. So I guess I can get into my lore with Lion King because you say that you like it the best. Actually, I have a ton of nostalgia for it. I actually have a. So my family, when I was super young, was poor. All we had was all we had for entertainment wise
Was a single
was a
copy of The Lion
copy.
King.
Yeah, a VHS copy of The Lion King for like the first like 4 years of my life.
Dude, I can't tell if you're
We
fucking with me or it's a genuine story. Because
Yeah,
knowing
he
you
was
could be
talking about it
either.
the other day.
Well, no, wait. I had a single copy of Lion King, and we had a Game Boy we traded with each other for with that had Pokemon.
Okay. All right. I'm leaning towards thinking this is a real story. It's just that you fuck with me all the time, so it's like I'm always
No,
second
Yeah,
he
guessing.
no. Yeah, I
he told this story when we were watching it the other
Okay.
day.
All right.
yeah. So this movie has a lot of like actual like personal significance to me.
That's good.
Because a lot of my early childhood, I've probably watched The Lion King over 100 times.
Hmm. Okay, so maybe you do like it more than me. It's definitely more than I've seen it. I probably watched it like 10 times as a child and like 3 times as an adult.
Well, because it was all we kind of had.
Fair. I remember
Meanwhile,
my parents took me
this is
to see The Lion King play when I was like a toddler, and they
oh,
Oh,
apparently
so
I really liked it.
yesterday.
Very funny. Um,
ah,
that's Art's genuine laugh. Everyone, he does. This is how he sounds. Okay. All right. Enough preamble. Let's dive into it proper. So we're gonna be doing a different form. If you guys are on the off chance you're familiar with me and Rangi, actually it's probably a decent chance. The only fucking people who watch this are like people we know. So me and Rangi used to do a stream on a mutual friend of ours channel, and it was a podcast that we had before we started this one. It was called Undead and Unfiltered. It was on a guy named Lulu's channel. So it was just it ended up we're still in contact with him, but the podcast fell apart and we started this one. But I was already gonna start this one anyway, and it's probably for the best because I barely have the time to do this one or the other one. So now that I don't have to choose between the voting time between the two, it's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
nice for me because I can allot more time to other things now. But so then on the other channel we did a chronological breakdown, and that took forever. And even though there's a lot of interesting discussions that come from it, I think we kind of got lost in the weeds a bit, talking about a lot of the minutia of the individual scenes. And there's that place has its kinds of discussions have its merits. It's just I don't think I'm
Yeah,
interested in doing that anymore.
well, and for specific scenes, we might still do that, just not the whole
Yeah,
story.
but I'm saying you could do that with every scene in any show or movie. There's always a lot to talk about. Just I think uh, focusing more on like the holistic picture and then like the bigger scenes rather than wasting time debating minutia. I guess you could say it's not a waste of time if you enjoy it, but you get my point. So in this breakdown, we're gonna go by like components of the story. We're gonna start with the external elements. Here, let me put this up on screen here. So we're gonna start with a breakdown of how the Lion King kind of came to be, and then we'll dive into the movie proper. Um, I figured that you guys would probably be able to handle more of the internal discussion because I don't know if you guys did any research or not about the making of the film. Yes, no, maybe so.
yes,
Oh, awesome.
Tom.
All right. Well, we're
I
good.
do that anytime we watch a movie.
I know a lot of the kind of so some common misconceptions I know of are like I've heard there's a misconception that this was the last like 2D animated film. Well, it's obviously not, but like the last one done in like the classical style.
Well,
It's more that this,
that's just
from what
retarded. There's like five more in just the Renaissance era, like
from what I
Mulan,
understand,
Tarzan,
it, it's
all
it's
those.
close. It's closer to, from what I heard. I'm not actually sure if this is correct. It's closer to being more like last. It's like classically animated versus using 3D elements or something like that.
No, that's just wrong.
So
There's like a dozen more very famous 2D animated films that released within like the
no,
next
no,
10 years.
for Disney specifically.
No, no. Again, there's still like Mulan, uh, uh, Lilo and Stitch, Tarzan, Hercules.
I think I think they still use digital elements, but like I said, I'm only do, doing what
I know,
This,
I know,
like
I know. Lilo and Stitch was
this,
hand
common
drawn.
perception.
this film uses digital elements.
Yeah.
Does it? Yeah, I mean it does. Okay, no, there is something about it. I remember. I didn't bother doing any research. I'm sorry, chat.
That's all good. I mean,
You should be sorry. Fucking Jesus Christ, Rangi.
all right. So we'll start with the development of the film. Where's the thing? Ah, there we go. Oh, what? I have to move it down. Uh, I sometimes regret buying a Mac. All right.
Well, I'll say one thing about the development that I think is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Between the story and the screenplay, 20 writers worked on this film.
Yeah, I didn't really jot a lot of that down, but I saw that when I was researching it. There was just so many fucking names.
I know
It's a revolving
it's
door
one
of
of those.
people.
It is one of those movies that like production wise, I know a lot went into it, and unfortunately, the live action remake had a lot of the same people that worked on it involved.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that that even exists in the first place. The new Lion King is actually atrocious. We don't speak of it.
It is a war crime. Yes, I agree.
But the funny thing is,
Mm.
it's actually kind of in a weird roundabout way closer to the what the original Lion King was supposed to be. The film was originally conceived as a nature documentary style film, which I guess technically you can argue that the newer Lion King does a better job of that since it's photorealistic animals, which conveyed very little human emotion because they're
Yeah.
photorealistic animals. And but then eventually evolved into an adaptation of Hamlet, which is, I think, fun. Art surprisingly doesn't like Shakespeare, but we can't all be perfect.
So
Well,
surprising.
I also. So for me, Shakespeare's very basic, but that, to be fair, that is also because Shakespeare is kind of a foundational thing in Western
He's
media.
the most
So,
adapted author ever.
but it's like because of that, I can't really get into his stuff.
I would recommend Julius Caesar. I think that's his best work. It's actually Jam's favorite too. Um, when you know when me and Jam
Yeah.
actually agree on something, it's usually pretty good because we have very different tastes.
Alternatively means it alternatively could mean you're wrong.
Possible.
True.
Perhaps the
Also,
archives are incomplete. Yeah.
interestingly, this movie, when they were developing it, they two of the writers pitched that they should not Hamlet, but they decided Hamlet would made more sense.
Well, you said King Lear, right? Because you cut out.
Yeah, King Lear.
Yeah, it was originally supposed to be King Lear, and then they're like, Hamlet's better. And what I remember from both plays, Hamlet is better. I was actually rereading Hamlet recently, but I didn't finish because I ran out of time because I've been all over the place these last few days. I got to Act 5, which is like when everyone starts dying.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
because it's a Shakespeare play. That
Yeah,
it's just what happens.
yeah, everyone just fucking dies. There's actually I guess we can bring up the meme now. Where is it? I have too many fucking pictures in here. no. Oh, here it is. Okay, so Ham Lion. So it's the common narrative threads in Hamlet and Lion King, and you can see how they converge and then diverge, and then the similarities. Is it on screen yet?
Not for me. There it is.
So
Have a
yeah,
look, see.
Oh, wait. That's something we can talk about. We can kind of talk about vaguely the Kimba controversy and that stuff.
yeah. I actually had that under the legal section, so let's save it for that.
So,
Oh, okay, I guess. Because, well, it's a bit of a falsehood anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I want to dive into that, and because there was legal questions
Okay,
being
yeah,
asked
then
during that.
we'll save it for that. I'm just kind of glancing through the Wikipedia just for like talking point, not talking about, but stuff that's worth discussing because I know there's a lot of like, so there is a lot of like really talented people that are involved in this movie. Obviously,
Oh yeah, it was. I mean,
yeah,
this
the
is
first
arguably
meeting
Disney's
to
best movie ever
discuss.
made.
Well, hang on, what about Song of the South?
I mean, hey, that was the first Black Oscar, uh,
it was
but
actually.
people forget about
Actually, I'm
that.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure all the Oscars are gold.
You know
Oh,
what I
this is
meant,
actually
asshole.
in. Wait, this is actually interesting. Apparently, the original pitch for it was
With
Bambi
Bambi,
in
yep,
Africa.
yes,
Bambi in
yeah. So it was
Wait,
originally.
no, that's wild because it's so different from Bambi.
Well, yeah, well, it's because that was just the very beginning inklings of the
Well,
pitch. Like it's like they wanted to originally do a nature documentary in Africa, and they're like, all right, well, what do we kind of like base it off of? And then they're like, how about Bambi? And then it evolved into then it was lions versus baboons, and Scar was the leader of the baboons, and then Scar they replaced the baboons with hyenas, and then um, they eventually are like, oh, well, this is kind of a mess. Let's base this off of something. And they're like, as Art pointed out earlier, King Lear, because they wanted to do Shakespeare. And then they're like, well, how about Hamlet? And then they threw in some um, Jesus and Moses allegories in as well, to because they thought it was too overwhelmingly Hamlet. They wanted to put some other influences in there towards the end. So
yeah, and it's not particularly interesting with how the main product came out that had these actually. Just hearing about it, I'm kind of sitting here like, so I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't do a lot of research into this. I'm the one who didn't do his homework. I've been busy. Sorry about that, chat.
it's all right.
Uh, but it's weird, right? Because I hear this stuff and I'm feeling like, so I can kind of, so I hear these ideas and I kind of can see where they like tie into the main story,
Well, some of
but
them are
it's
pretty
actually pretty.
absent. Like the I think the Bambi stuff was pretty like left by the wayside, other than a parent
No, I
dying.
I can see it. Well, I can see it because the you have the Mufasa dying. Uh,
Yeah, but that's
uh, Simba sees it, and Simba is highly affected by that
yeah. But I mean, I think that's. I mean, yeah,
encounter.
I get the that
That
there's
single
some
scene is definitely Bambi inspired.
sure. It's just that the context around the scene is Hamlet's the uncle kills the brother to take the throne and get
Oh, no,
the
absolutely.
Sim. And then they kind of gloss over this, but like it's kind of presumed that Scar took Simba's mom as like his new queen, just like in Hamlet. But like Simba's mom's not really a character in The Lion King. She's just kind of
No,
around.
she doesn't really get. Well, she's like in what 2 or 3 scenes.
Yeah.
It it can't be more. It's so I'm thinking, and it's She's in the beginning scene with Simba.
Well, I think she only gets like 3 scenes where she talks in, because she's in like a bunch of scenes in the background, but like, um, I think she only talks with Simba at the beginning when like him and Nala want to go to
Yeah,
um
yeah,
the elephant graveyard, and then at the end
yeah.
when he comes
Graveyard.
back, I
Yeah,
think those are the only two that she actually talks.
yeah. I think no. There is this. Wait, no. The scene where he comes back is the scene where I'm thinking of.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well, she gets more than Nala's
the
mom, who only gets
the
one
only ones I
scene
can
where she
think
talks.
of are Trill. Uh, it's interesting though to hear like the makeup of a story, like because I'm a believer that originality is about hiding your sources, and
Well,
so hearing like it started with this idea and then it went to this idea
yeah, but this is not a good
and then
example
because
of
it
that, Rangi. This is everyone knows this is based off of Hamlet.
well everyone knows it, but is it does everyone know it because it's like older and like they
Dude,
I think
if
they've
you've ever read
disclosed
Hamlet, you can
their
tell it's
influences.
inspired by Hamlet. This is like I like your quote.
Okay.
I like your quote, but this is one of the worst examples to point
I'll
to.
I'll put it this way. This movie came out when I was 5, and even I knew it was fucking based on Hamlet, out of Hamlet. At that,
Oh well,
even then,
I never
everyone
knew it,
knew.
but I never I still have never watched Hamlet to be honest,
You should
or
read it at
seen
some point.
Hamlet
I would
or
read
read
it.
it
It's I
read
mean,
Hamlet.
if you can get through deciphering the Middle English, that part kind of sucks, but the actual story
I
itself is
fucking
pretty
hate
good.
Shakespeare.
I like his stories. I just don't like reading them. It's a weird like oxymoron.
I can respect the stories and the archetypes that they created. I just don't fucking like
I'll,
reading old timey English.
Well, I don't think
I'll
anyone
say
does. Well, very few
I'll
people
say that
do.
I'll say the same thing I said to Ryan the other day. I invent a word. I'm a bad writer. Shakespeare invents words. Greatest writer who ever lived. It's bullshit.
Oh well, do you know how actually with Shakespearean stuff, a lot of these poets, including Shakespeare, they were paid by the word, which is why they used so much flowery language.
That makes sense.
It's not how people talked at the time. They were paid by.
William Shakespeare is credited with inventing over 1,700 words.
That's crazy.
Actually, sometimes they were paid by the letter,
That's nuts.
I don't believe some of these.
which is probably why some of these words were invented.
It's always money. It's the root of all innovation.
I think the most
Innovation
Yeah.
and evil, but innovation as well.
Hey, we're all capitalists here. There's no
We are.
dirty
We
commies
are.
on this podcast.
We're all capitalists, but I could also understand that other capitalists are bad. I am the only ethical capitalist as far as I'm concerned.
the most surprising phrase that Shakespeare invented was the phrase
I'll be
"What the
right back.
dick."
I
Was
don't
the
think it was
phrase
that
"What"?
one.
No, it was "What the dickens."
Now, didn't he also invent cuckold?
Think so.
That's a really funny word for him to have invented.
Well, some of these have been saying like apostrophe,
That was him.
apparently assassination.
Oh, I like that one.
Me too.
All right, Shakespeare.
Impartial,
Oh, that's another good one.
majestic,
Okay.
multitudinous,
Okay, that one kind of sucks.
premeditated.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
I like that one. Premeditated assassination. Ooh, that's a Shakespeare combo right there.
Oh, nice. What the dickens?
Then again, wouldn't all
Oh,
assassinations be
right.
premeditated?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, like
Because
I guess you
if
could
it's
like,
not premeditated, it's just a murder.
yeah. Well, then it would be
I mean, I know
advanced
murders can also
murder.
be premeditated, but
Could you have the heat of the moment assassination? Like, or does assassination only have
it's
to be?
assassination.
Is it
have
only
to
if it's
be
a
like.
prominent person?
That's what I was just thinking. So like, if you were in an argument with like the prime minister,
Hmm.
totally hypothetically, and
Hmm.
you killed them, would it be a heat of the moment assassination?
I guess so. I guess that's all right because like no one would care if you killed a hobo. That would just be a murder. No one would say you assassinated a
I,
hobo.
I trust me, I know that nobody cares if you kill a hobo. I'm well aware of that.
Yeah, England. That's they like to stab over there. Oh, just like
Let
that,
me
half the
stab
people
you.
watching dropped. We got too edgy for them, Art.
Oh, damn! I was planning on getting way edgier than that.
No, it's you mentioned the English stabbing problem, and then everyone dips. But yes, back to Lion King. Anything else you want to say about the development of the film before we
Oh,
move
I
on?
do think it's interesting that one of the first meetings about this movie happened on October the 11th, 1988.
Oh
And it
wow.
didn't come out until June of '94.
Well, it was originally supposed to come out in '93, but then got delayed. It was supposed to come out Thanksgiving in '93, and then it got delayed to summer of '94, which was actually kind of controversial at the time because the people said that an animated film can't make money in the summer, and we'll get to just how much money it made.
Yeah. Also, they met with numerous screenwriters at one point, including Billy Bob Thornton and Joss Whedon.
Josh Whedon was like writing back then. I guess he is that old.
Really? Well, he wrote Toy Story, which came out the next year.
Josh Whedon wrote Toy Story. I didn't know that.
He co-wrote, to be
Okay,
specific.
I like Josh Whedon's writing for the most part.
Oh, and obviously he wrote the Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie that came out in 1992.
I've never seen Buffy and probably never will.
The movie is terrible, but it does have the single greatest death scene in cinematic history.
Is it like so bad it's good kind of thing?
Well, it's Paul Rubens who played, is most known as Pee Wee Herman.
Okay.
And he played the vampire and gets killed, and yeah, it's like really over the top, but it's kind of supposed to be because the the Buffy movie's famous for being like a comedy and not at all what Joss Whedon wanted it to be.
Okay.
That's why he did the show.
Oh,
It's
it
part of the
started
reason
with
he
the
did the show.
movie and then became a show.
Yeah, because the show doesn't have anything to do with the movie, really.
Okay. Gotcha. There's a lot. There's actually
Anyway,
there's a good amount of stories like that where like the thing that like spawned it has like it spawns a more famous like iteration of itself, and then no one really no one knows about like the original source material per se. But yeah.
Oh,
Oh yes. Yeah,
here. Sorry, are we still on production?
well, no, production's later. We're on development.
Or yeah, development. Okay. Development. It just seems like it was like culmination of ideas where it was like, oh, we start with this pitch,
Right. That's how
which
all
was
stories
the
are made.
Bambi thing. Yeah, well, yeah. It's we start with this pitch. This is what you said. We start with this pitch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, we can't get that through. We do. How about we do this? We can't get that through. What if we base it off this? And it's interesting, right, to hear, to think about all the like
Different.
iterative ideas this went through,
The
given
past
how
traveled, the past
documented
not
it is.
traveled kind of thing.
Yeah, well, especially with given how like well documented it is too,
Hmm.
because you don't usually get this with stories, and this is probably one of the most documented like developments I've heard of.
Probably because it's so like fucking famous. This movie, like
Oh yeah, I was looking at its box office, right, and it's actually kind of insane how much this made based off how much was put into
yeah,
it.
we're. I think that's a good transition point. So we'll get into the financing now. This probably won't be as lengthy as development because it's just not as interesting as a subject in my opinion, or at least for this what we're aiming to do on this
right,
podcast. But
Right.
it had a budget of $45 million, which in today's money, let's do the little calculator. 1990.
$2.7 billion.
Yes,
Am I close? I feel like I'm close. I think I nailed it.
It's at least $1 for that.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, how's
No. $45 million in 1990.
It'll be about 90, a little
right?
over 90 million today.
Yeah, 1994. Okay.
Money's basically worth half of what it used to be in 1994. So it's a little
Okay,
over double.
so let's go to like 90 million then,
Yeah,
just to be on the safe side.
yeah, it'd be roughly 90 million budget today, and
It made about, yeah, it made 10x, so made $979 million.
well, that's because
No,
of
no, no. Wait,
re-releases.
that's in. Is that it? Wait, actually,
Right,
no. Yeah.
that's because of re-releases. I guess we can. I was gonna do sales later, but I
Well,
guess we can
just
skip that now.
overall.
Well, here,
Overall, that's what Wikipedia says.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah, Wikipedia. If you go down low on Wikipedia, it'll tell you that it's
Okay.
initial on it.
Oh.
yeah, it was
763.5.
763 million initial gross, and then over all the re-releases, it got to
Actually, wait. Let
979
me plug
million.
that into inflation calendar. Error counter.
When it came out, when it was released after its initial box office run, it was the second highest grossing film of all time for 2 years.
So Rangi, it made about 1.5 billion dollars in today's money.
Is that correct? What month
Yeah.
did it release?
Rangi,
June.
it's a little over double it. It's like 2.1 from 1994 dollars to now. I'll be right back.
I was gonna say I just wanna. Okay, June. So June to.
I got $1.67 billion.
So yeah, I mean, I was doing a rough estimate, but yeah, so arts will be more accurate. Did you come up with the same equation, Rangi, or same answer?
I think this calculator must be. Oh no. So it keeps default. I think it might be like not set up to do. Oh, that's why there's a automatic period. Okay, hold on. I'm plugging it into the calculator, and it glitched. But that has to be well over $1 billion. That's gotta
Yes,
be like almost $2 billion.
Art just said it's about like 1.6 billion.
Yeah. Sorry, the inflation calculator failed me. And by the way, that was not me plugging into a random site. That was me plugging into the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Fuck.
So
yeah, it just decided, nah, I'm not gonna work today.
Sounds like something a bureaucrat would do.
So to be super nerdy, yeah, it was the second highest grossing film of all time until it was overtaken by Independence Day.
And it was
the fifth highest.
They're gone.
Yeah,
Gone.
it was the fifth highest grossing film of the 1990s.
Jesus. And that's incredible for an animated film too.
Well, yeah, it was the highest grossing animated film until last year, not adjusted for inflation. It held that title for highest grossing 2D animation film until last year, not adjusted for inflation. It was replaced. You want to guess what overcame it?
What?
Rangi, you should know. I'm gonna revoke your weeb status.
Spirited Away?
No, last year, Dum Dum.
Like I can't remember what it's
called.
called.
You're talking about the Demon Slayer movie.
Yes, yeah. that is what finally overcame Lion King's initial gross in for 2D animated films at the box office. Now, when you adjust for inflation, obviously Lion King dwarfs.
That's why I was confused.
Although I think adjusted for inflation, Snow White is the highest 2D animated film still.
I believe so, yes.
Which fair. It blew people away back in the day. That was like there was nothing like that before that.
It's also the biggest animated movie of the last 50 years in terms of estimated attendance.
So speaking of attendance, you guys want to get into the all the re-releases and the distribution?
Yeah.
So Ryan, you want to guess how many times this had a major re-release?
Jesus. Okay. Fuck. Should I just roll a dice for that? Because I'd imagine it has to be several times.
Okay.
Okay. Can we do over under?
I don't know what that means.
I mean,
Well, basically, I say under. Let's say I said under 10.
Mark,
I think it's probably going to be 6 for some reason.
Art under or over 6?
Let me think. I reckon it would have been released for its 10th, 15th, 20th, and 25th anniversaries. Maybe its 30th. Maybe a couple of times more than that. I'm going to say over 6.
Apparently there was 4 major re-releases.
Damn it.
Okay.
There was a major re-release. So obviously there was his initial release in 1994. Then there was a major release in 2002 when they wanted to put it in all the IMAX theaters.
Okay, yeah, because I think I went to that one.
Okay. And then in 2011, that's when during the 3D craze, or at least the rediscovery of the 3D craze, because that was the thing in the past they tried to bring back.
That might have it wouldn't surprise me if that correlated with the Lion King 1.5 too.
It was fucking Avatar that brought back 3D. I fucking hate 3D.
I do.
I'll get ready for it to come back in about 20 years.
Well, dude, I accidentally went to saw 3D Avatar the other day, and Avatar Fire and Ash was in 3D, and there was a single scene where the 3D was cool, and the rest of it was fucking annoying. It was when they were in the river. It actually felt like you were in the river with them, which is pretty cool. But the rest of it, I'm like, I did not want to wear these.
Yeah. I've never seen a movie in 3D, and I never will.
You're not missing much. There's usually like a single scene in the movie that like looks cool in 3D, and then the rest of it's kind of a headache. And then they released it for Disney's 100th, re-released it for Disney's 100th anniversary, which I think they re-released like all the classics that year in the theaters, just like one after another. And then they released did another big release, 2024 for the film's 30th anniversary. They probably did release it other times, but those were like the main re-releases that like generated a notable amount of income. Which helped it get to that bigger number that we have now at 979 million. Because its initial box office run was 763, which is still a fuck ton. And Demon Slayer, fucking like 20 years later, 30 years later. Shit, God, the 90s were 30 years ago. Fuck. 30 years later, it grossed 779.5 million. So like it took 30 years to barely beat it for a 2D animated film, and then when you adjust it for inflation, it's not even close.
So a couple more. Not only that, but I'm sorry, this is probably one of the, just as far as talent goes, like I do think Lion King is probably one of those that is like one of the more influential ones too. Like, I mean, the remake, as much as I don't like that it exists, it just made what, $1 billion on reputation alone.
Dude, the fucking Mufasa movie prequel, gross-looking live-action movie made like almost $1 billion.
Yeah, like, and I feel like it's safe to say that's coasting off the legacy of this movie. Like, so just considering that too, it's absurd.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's a very fair argument to say this is Disney's most popular movie. Like, I wouldn't say definitively, but like there's a very strong argument to be made that this is like the most beloved Disney movie.
It's probably my favorite of the Disney classics.
It's fun. Like I would say now you can call it a Disney classic because it's like 30 years, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's actually like a modern movie. Like the first Disney film was
Well,
1938.
I don't know. Even this movie is older than I am. So.
Yeah, but Rang, I'm saying, like, if
Don't
you
say stuff like that.
over over the 95 years since Disney's like first movie, or did I do the math right?
99 years.
1938 to now.
1937 to now.
Snow White came out in 37. I thought it was 38.
37,
Was it 37?
my friend.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes, it was.
All right, I was off by a year. So 37. So that's you're right. Yeah,
89 years. Sorry.
89 years.
Yeah.
No, it's more than 89. Snow White's public domain, so it'd have to be 95 or more.
Well, but Snow White was already public domain because it was.
No, Disney's
no.
Snow White is public domain now. Is what I'm trying to say.
On public domain?
No, shoot, you're right. No, sorry, 1937. I was thinking 1927. My bad, dude. I'm so tired. Sorry, we're only up to 1930 for public domain. So Snow White's coming soon. Disney Snow White's coming soon for public domain. Yes, but you're right, Rangi. The fairy tale obviously is public domain because it's very, very much older, 95 years. Yeah, okay, so you guys learned that none of us can do math.
Should already be public domain by now.
Yeah, we get into that discussion another day. I love the public domain discussion.
We could probably make that whole stream, to be honest.
Yes, it's a very fascinating discussion with a lot of interesting legal repercussions and arguments. But yes, Art, sorry, what was it? How many years again has it been since Snow White?
89.
89, okay. So, 89 years ago was Snow White. 32 years ago was Lion King. So, like, if you look at the grand scheme of things, it's like, even though we could call it a classic now, it's like, there's like super old classics in the span of Disney's classics. Because like it was called the Renaissance's era because Disney fell off after Walt and Roy died, and those were the two kind of made Disney what it was. Well, obviously they're the Disney brothers. Yeah. Yes, the Disney brothers made Disney. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, this was the Disney Renaissance, which, interesting enough, is the era I kind of grew up in. Well, because
the 90s. Yeah, the Renaissance was the whole decade.
Yeah. This film. Well, it's like what, kind of the 90s up to like kind of the early 2000s.
No, the early 2000s was a new era. The last film in the Renaissance was Tarzan, which came out in 99.
Oh, okay. Well, then this is just the era I was born into, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I don't... Because I don't know a lot of Disney trivia, to be honest. I wasn't as much of a Disney kid as you would expect.
Just Lion King.
Even though I always liked the new era stuff. But yeah, no, this movie, it is one of, like, the major, like, ones of the last, 40 years for Disney?
I mean, all the Renaissance ones. Little Mermaid, Tarzan, Aladdin, Mulan, right?
Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, but even by that standard, like, this is probably the biggest one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say it was this, Little Mermaid, Beauty and Beast, and Aladdin were the big ones in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Those are probably the big three of the movies.
I named 4 movies. Rangi says the big 3.
Well, no. I mean, Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, and Lion King are
probably
the big 3 as far as
so Aladdin
at like 20 years. No, I don't think actually Aladdin was as big as.
Let's see how big the box office of Aladdin was.
Actually, I could see it maybe beating out Beauty and the Beast.
Aladdin also has the secret weapon of Robin Williams.
It was 504 million was Aladdin 1992, which is still a shit ton for an animated film.
Wait, hold on. Well, let me look at Beauty and the Beast's box office.
Little Mermaid made 235.
So
235.
So
and Beauty and the Beast made 451.
Yeah.
So Aladdin was actually number 2, Rangi.
Oh, that's surprising.
Why? Robin Williams was in it.
Super popular.
Yeah. Robin Williams was at like the height of his fame when that came out. Rangi, you're forgetting star power used to be like an actual thing.
No, you're
It
right.
did.
You're right. This is me like judging it based off what I think the quality is.
Dude, Aladdin's fucking awesome. What
I
was it?
like Aladdin. I think it's not as strong as some of the other Disney
I
films.
think Art would tell you that Aladdin's better than Lion King.
I don't.
Oh,
I mean, But,
Would you? I'm curious.
I can't say because I haven't seen any of the Disney movies in like 25 years.
that's fair.
Gun to
That's
your
fair.
head. Which one are you
No,
gonna
that's
say,
fair.
Aladdin or Lion King?
Oh, fuck me.
Well, no, that's also an option. Somebody's gonna fuck you if you don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I guess I'd go with Aladdin because just of Robin Williams. I'm a huge fan of Robin Williams.
There you go. I mean, look, I don't judge you for that.
That's unfair. Wait,
Aladdin's
that's
one of the
unfair,
better
'cause he's-
Disney films, in my opinion. Lion King's my favorite, but Aladdin's is very high up.
Here's the problem.
You
When
know
I was a
what?
kid and we were gonna watch a movie and the Disney logo came up, I'd be like, oh,
Oh, that's interesting, right? Because when I was my problem with Aladdin is entirely subjective. Is because honestly, it's because I've watched it too many times, so I just got bored of it.
Didn't you watch Lion King 100 times?
Yeah, but A Lion King was in like my formative years. Aladdin was not.
Even though Aladdin came out
Yeah.
before Lion King.
yeah, but he didn't have
Yeah, but
that.
it's not. That's not the order I wa- That's not the order I got the VHSs in.
Fair. All right, I think we
Do you want to hear a crazy stat?
Yeah.
Do you want to right? The first 2 days that The Lion King was out, it was in 2 theaters, and it made enough to place 10th.
Yeah.
At the box
No,
office.
that is actually kind of.
You know how that
much
is.
of a
You know how that was the case, Art.
No.
They were charging $30 a ticket, which is
Oh,
like
that'll do it.
which is like
No, wait,
$65 a
but
ticket
that's-
now, or 60.
That's actually more remarkable that it made that much because, like, Jesus.
Well, I mean, think about it. $30 a ticket in the '90s. That's $60 a ticket now, and
Yeah, and I'm thinking I wouldn't pay $60 for a movie no matter what.
Well, you know why?
These.
Well, it was really really hyped up, and people were really excited to see it. Movies just used to be a
Understandably.
bigger deal back in the day. There's like there's not
Oh.
the same amount of hype around films. Like other than like Endgame, like there's really not been that many. I guess the last Harry Potter film, Force Awakens, but like there's really not been that many like cinematic events. In the last Barbenheimer as well, yeah, which was because of a meme.
That might be the
but-
last one I can think of.
I mean, the Stranger Things finale was basically a movie, but then again, no, it was only in
Yeah.
limited theaters.
And from what I understand, nobody liked it.
Oh, it was awful. But we don't need to bring up Stranger Things. We could do a whole stream about that, which we're not, because I don't fucking ever want to talk about Stranger Things again.
I still haven't watched the last 3 episodes.
I still haven't watched the entire series, so
You're not missing much. Season 1's pretty good, and season 4 has its moments, and that's about it.
So, Box Office Mojo estimates that the film sold over 74 million tickets in the US.
That's crazy. That's just like the amount of volume you just don't see anymore for theaters. But
also, I feel like that is the way that box office should be. That's the way the French do it. They don't go by gross; they go by how many tickets you sold.
Yeah, but then it would make Hollywood feel bad, so that's why we won't do it.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot.
They're very sensitive in Hollywood. They're very touchy. But that's a double.
More ways than one.
Art, did you get my double entendre?
I did.
Thank you. I was very proud of that one. I'm just picturing Pedro Pascal.
Oh no.
Vanessa
Wow.
Kirby's
He
just
hasn't-
as guilty.
Okay.
Yeah. But
So
mhm.
I was gonna say, so are we done with this like section of
Here,
the thing?
let me run through it. So, art, the two theaters Art was talking about was Captain Theater in L.A. and or El Captain Theater in L.A. and Radio City Music Hall in New York City. Then, like 9 days later, a release proper across 2,550 theaters in the U.S. and Canada, as well
Oh,
as releasing in Latin America, South Africa, and Israel. There's ultimately 28 different versions of The Lion King that were made across various languages and dialects, including a special Zulu version, which was the only time Disney dubbed a film in the Zulu language, and I think the only time they've dubbed a film in an African language besides Arabic. That's Arabic. I think is usually the only African language
Arabic.
to get a dubbing. Arabic. Yeah.
It would be Arabic, not Arabic. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, Arabic. So that's it for distribution. The only other external categories I wanted to touch upon before we get into the film proper is legal production and marketing. Legal won't take too long. That'll be like a couple minute conversation. Where is it?
I,
What?
I was gonna say I'm just scrolling up to see the list because I know you posted the list. Oh,
oh,
there it is.
okay.
Yeah. So
I'm just gonna pin that so I can like reference it.
yeah. So legal. You mentioned this earlier, Rangi,
Yeah,
that there was some controversy
yeah, the
whether it
Kimba.
infringed upon the copyright of the
Yeah,
Japanese
this
series
is what
Kimbo
I
the White
know.
Lion.
Yeah, So Kimbo the White Lion. Uh, and I don't really want to promote the video. I learned a lot about this controversy from because I think the creator is kind of a loser.
Is it YMS?
But yes, it is. I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah.
Well,
No, he
Lion
he
King is kind
does.
of his obsession.
Yeah, well, he does detail why. And look. I guess if you're gonna look into it more, then I'm gonna detail. He is the guy, but also he is kind of a loser.
But go on.
That's what I would say about him. But so basically, Kimbo was like a vague. It's a case of a vaguely similar idea, but if you actually look into the Kimbo the White Lion stuff, it's entirely different from this story. But there was like, I think there was a lawsuit. There's like, it's been like a long term, like kind of almost controversy slash urban legend that Lion King ripped off Kimbo the White Lion.
Okay.
And it's one of those things that just in general was always a cloud over this movie that was eventually cleared up, honestly, a large part for the public by YMS. So I guess I can give him props for that.
That's good. So yeah,
Because I've
It,
seen his
this
video. I
hmm? Go on, Art.
Actual art, do you have more to say about it?
just that a joke from The Simpsons from 30 years ago has suddenly clicked into place, and I understand it now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scene where a bunch of James Earl Jones voiced characters come to speak, like in a parody of The Lion King.
Mm-hmm.
And he appears as Mufasa and he says, "You must avenge my death, Kimber. I mean, Simba." I
That's
get
pretty
it
funny.
now.
I think I remember seeing that episode actually. That I vaguely remember that joke. It's one of the earlier
But
seasons, right?
but yeah,
Season 6, I think.
Yeah, I
this
definitely
was
watched
one
it
of
at
the
some point.
major this was one of the major things, and part of it is so Kimbo was like a multi-episode show that got rebooted several times,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's just a case of like it's so easy to draw parallels because you have so much more footage versus The Lion King, which is a single movie. That like if you just have the premise of a Lion King, you know, like
I mean, it's
that in itself, there's only so many ways you can like angle
Well,
or
here,
set
well,
up
well here's
that are
the
not going to parallel, or that are going to parallel.
well. Is Kimba the White Lion even based on Hamlet?
It's not. No,
So
not at
then,
all. As far as I know, not at all.
so then I don't see why, like, because if that would have been one thing, if Kimba the White Lion was a Hamlet adaptation and they kind of like stole the gimmick of that adaptation of a public domain story, that would have been questionable, and definitely possibly warranted a lawsuit. But like, if it's not based on Hamlet and the only similarity is that they're lions where the dad dies, like I don't really see that as copyright infringement because like I mean like there's the reason Hamlet's so well adapted, not only because it's like famous, because it's old and you can adapt it freely. Like it's the beauty of like stories that are not or stories that are in public domain. You don't have to worry about legal repercussions, so you can just pick and choose to your heart's content and make some pretty interesting stories. Like it's really hard to adapt stories from or get inspired by modern stories because if you lean too hard into the inspiration, you could get sued.
Yeah, and from what I understand, Kimba is like some vague, like thematic, uh, comparisons, but it's not directly based on Hamlet in the same way Lion King is.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quote from the president of the production company that made Kimber.
Mm-hmm.
He said that quite a few staff of our company saw a preview of The Lion King, discussed this subject, and came to the conclusion that you cannot avoid having these similarities as long as you use animals as characters and try to draw images out of them.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
No, I agree that no, that's true. That is just true. Because you do actually just have these like coincidences within like well, especially because lions have always kind of been recognized as like, oh, the king of, well,
King of the
at least
Jungle,
as far as I've
which is
known,
funny because
yeah,
lions
it's
don't live
king
in
of the
jungles.
jungle.
Which is
Oh
actually
boy!
Yeah,
Oh boy!
fun
it's a
fact. Like Rangi,
misconception,
fun
but
fact.
they've always been known king of the jungle, king of the savannah.
Well,
Either way,
Rangi, I was trying to before I forget. The speaking of King of the Jungle, that was actually the original title for this film was King of the Jungle, and then they but it takes place in a savannah, and they're like, well, that's kind of stupid, so it's called The Lion King.
fair enough.
Which I think The Lion King is a much better title than King of the Jungle.
It is actually, yeah. That's probably why they changed it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, just it's
Because
just
King
the
of the
better
Jungle is
title,
kind of lame.
and it doesn't. The film has like one section where it's in a jungle, and it's like not a.
There
It's
was also
yeah, go on.
another original title for the movie, which was King of the Kalahari.
Oh, that's even worse than King of the Jungle.
It is.
All right, so
Like,
Rang, is that all you had to say about Kimba the White Lion?
Basically just as much as I don't like him, YMS's video kind of lays out the. I don't think I can like actually lay out the argument as well as he did. As much as I don't like him.
Fair enough. But yeah, so the last thing is obviously they filed for trademark on the Lion King in 1993, September 7th, and then they also copyright the term Hakuna Matata in 1994. So I think it's kind of lame that you can copyright phrases, but c'est la vie.
Oh, I guess with like specifically like
Made up words.
made up phrase, yeah, made up words. I guess fine.
Yeah, I suppose. I still find it lame, but I can see the legal reasoning behind why you can.
Yeah, versus like if,
okay.
for example, Games Workshop has tried the creators of 40K have tried to copyright the word pauldrons, which is like
the,
just yeah, it's
there's
just
one.
a piece of
There's
armor.
one problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is it
Hakuna Matata is not a made-up phrase. It's a Swahili phrase meaning no trouble.
Oh, oh shit. Okay, in that case, yeah, I guess there is a problem.
Yeah, well, dude, Disney's the king of trademarking and copywriting. Like, just
I
like,
just assumed it was a made up phrase.
well, think about it. Most of their films are just like
Well,
loosely,
no, most of their films are literally fairy tales.
yeah, they just take public domain stories,
This, this is one
put
of
their
the
stamp
most.
on it, and then make it, and then they don't let anyone else use them because like even though they'll take from public domain, they don't want any of their stuff put into public domain. It's the ultimate irony. Like they're the most heavy users of public domain, and they don't
Oh,
want any of their stuff in it.
actually, I said Games Workshop. Games Workshop is exactly the fucking same, too. No, get was stolen from Dune. It's stolen from what was his what's the uh
Also, it might have been a
Michael
trade.
Moorcock's works in
Also,
general.
Art, do you know the diff? Can you explain the difference between trademark and copyright? I always forget because I think it was trademark, not copyrighted.
No, I can't.
I know there's a legal difference, and I know they're very similar, but like they're very
When
similar
it
but
gets
very
into
different at the same time, and I forget
when it gets
the
into this
difference.
legal stuff, I fucking have no
I
idea.
haven't taken a law class in so long that I forget all the legal jargon and the difference between copyright and trademark and
I'm googling it.
there's 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 a
Trademarks protect distinctive signs, symbols, or names
hmm
that identify and distinguish goods or services, while copyrights protect original creative works like literature, music, and art.
gotcha. So yes, and then it Lion King was
There's a lot of
copyrighted.
legal distinctions too.
The move,
Trademark
yeah, go on.
trademark protection requires registration, whereas copyright protect upon creation of the work.
Okay, that makes sense. So the movie is copyrighted, the title is trademarked, and Akuna Matata, the phrase, is trademarked.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree, 100%.
I concur. All right. Anyone want to mention any more legal stuff before we move on?
Uh,
Um, I
no,
don't know of any other legal controversies. It wouldn't surprise me if there are some,
Probably, but Kimba was the big one I wanted to
but
touch upon.
they're probably minor.
Probably. Kimba, I think, was
Yeah,
the only real controversy.
Kimba is the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kimba is the big one. All right, so
Do you want to do
what's our next
production or
one?
well,
marketing next? We already kind of jumped out of the order I planned on, but like again,
Uh,
I didn't really plan on it being like too
well,
steadfast.
marketing is really quick. They used Circle of Life and that beginning scene
hmm
for marketing. So
Yeah, it was
which
which was why there was so much hype for it because it was like one of the most successful trailers like ever. Like that, it was just such a powerful like they even says like they think it was the most powerful like 4 minutes of the film, and like I think that's a fair argument. Like I forgot how fucking like moving that intro is. Like I watched it, I'm
well,
like, wow, that's some good shit
well,
right
yeah,
there.
well, yeah. Well, to be fair, Iron, it is the Circle of Life.
I I do have some notes about marketing.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you the two movies that the original trailer was released in front of,
Three Musketeers was one of them. I wrote that down.
and Sister Act 2, Back in the Habit.
Okay.
Well, there's Whoopi Goldberg in it, who's in The Lion King.
Yeah,
Huh.
she's one of the
Yeah,
hyenas.
she is. She's one of the hyenas. Yeah,
Yeah.
By
and
then, I mean,
she was also just fresh off of well, no, no. She also started a career as Star Trek person.
she didn't start a career with that.
Well, that was the most prominent role she had.
No, it wasn't.
As far as I'm concerned, it's the most prominent.
There
Role
you go. She was. She was. By the time she was on Star Trek, she was already an Academy Award nominee.
Okay, yeah, but that's fine. But that's the thing I know her for, so that's what she's best known for.
When the trailer was released in front of those films, only a third of the movie had actually been completed.
Interesting.
There were also 186 licensed products.
Oh, I did write that
In
down.
1994, Disney earned approximately $1 billion on products based on the film, with $214 million for Lion King toys during Christmas season alone.
And to piggyback off that point, Art, you know the band Bob Rivers and Twisted Radio.
No.
They make parody songs of like, um,
Oh.
yeah, and they did a Christmas album, and the song was called "A Big Ton of Moolah," and it was parodying the sensation of the 1994 Lion King rush. It's a really funny song. I think you should give it a listen to later. I know you're a big music guy.
The only merchandise rush I can think of that's comparable is ironically Toy Story next year.
Yeah, that would be another big one. And so I know you mentioned the 186 products and then the $1 billion and the $214 million figures. Did you mention that they did the tie-ins with Burger King, Mattel, Kodak, Nestle, and Payless Shoe Source? What is that?
It's a American multinational discount footwear chain.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Payless is a footwear chain. Yeah.
I never heard of them actually.
Oh, I've heard of them, but no, I probably shouldn't say that.
Okay.
So yeah, but yeah, Art, I would give a listen to a Big Ton of Moolah. I think you'd get a kick out of it. A big ton of moolah. What? Sorry, I didn't hear you. What
I
you
maybe will.
say? Okay, I'll send it to you later, and then you can lie to me or not whether you listen to it.
I will definitely lie to you.
Sounds good. I wouldn't expect anything else from you.
It's the only big thing that brings me joy in life.
I understood that reference. Now, Rangi, did you understand that reference?
I did say I did 11 test screenings.
Really? Oh, I do remember reading that. Yeah, that is is that like atypical?
That seems like a lot.
That's something I just don't have any knowledge of, like how many test screenings is normal. But I agree. I concur. 11 seems like a lot.
I mean, it really depends on the movie. Like, I know there's been movies that have had fucking way more. I've also heard a very in-depth thing about why test screenings are kind of pointless.
Well, it's because it's too small of a sample size,
Because-
right?
Well, it's not even that, right? So, say we have made a movie
Mm-hmm.
and we test screen it at a theatre in New York,
Mm-hmm.
and then we get the feedback from the audience in New York. We go back and edit.
Mm-hmm.
The smart
Yeah,
thing
well,
to do would be to go.
oh,
The smart thing to do would be to go test it again in New York. They
Mm-hmm.
don't. They go and test it in L.A. or Chicago. Completely different kind of audience.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, I feel like you almost need to test screen it with like different people from different areas. Like, you need like a test screen audience of like not just New Yorkers. You probably should have like, okay, we have a few New Yorkers, we have a few people from various states in the Midwest, we have various people from the West Coast.
Well, I would just do.
I think the other thing to do would be you would have to. So you're going to do a test screening in New York, Chicago, L.A. Show them the same cut of the movie. Don't cut the movie after the New York screening and then show the new cut to the Chicago screening, then cut it again and show the third
Yeah, no.
cut to
Yeah,
the.
you need a control variable. So you just
That's why I'm like, I feel like you have to have like a select audience like made up of different demographics.
Well, yeah.
And then have their general region and
But
like their feedback set
the way
up.
Art's suggesting it too would also be interesting because what would happen if you put all the people from all their country in one viewing? Yeah, you would get a bunch of different feedback, but it would all kind of be affected by the other feedback in the room. Whereas if you had the same screening and you showed it to like the New Yorkers, the people in Chicago, the people in LA, and then they each have their feedback wouldn't affect each other's feedback, and then you can take all the feedback unaffected by the other feedback in the room, and then kind of sift through it.
To be fair, if I was gonna do it, it wouldn't be L.A., Chicago, New York. It would probably be like L.A., New York, like random town in the Midwest just to get like the non-urban like.
Well, the way you said that was
Sure.
really funny. I wouldn't do L.A., New York, Chicago. I would do L.A., New York. You just like you just say I wouldn't do
Well,
that, and then repeated like two of the
I
three
was
cities. Just why not just say I wouldn't do
well.
Chicago?
Well, I mean, look. Let's be honest. Chicagoans are they really people?
No, but neither are New Yorkers or people from L.A. So
That is true. So, but all of their money is good. So
that is true. And they're the three most populated cities in America, which is probably why Art referenced them. Um,
yep.
all
I
right.
gotta be honest with you, I just picked random cities.
Well, they're probably the three you're most aware of because they're the three most populous, which means they're the three most relevant. Usually, population does equal relevancy for the most part when it comes to cities. Um, anything else you want to say? Art kind of covered most of what I wanted to say here. I don't got much more to
Yay.
say. I mean, between actually both of you two kind of covered everything I was gonna say, which is good.
Yeah. No. I'm happy to move. I'm happy to move on to the next
Yeah,
segment.
and also if I'm talking too much, just like let me know. Like
Yep. Yep.
this podcast is all three of us, and I tend to yap. So if you guys want to
This is
get your
my.
words in, just cut me off.
I was gonna say I have like issues with the thing go the structure, but I'll talk to you offline.
Okay, he doesn't want to spank me in front of our nobody watching.
Not afraid. No.
uh, I, I just can't.
I feel like you set up the joke. I just took the opportunity. This is your fault.
I don't even know how to respond to you sometimes. Anyway, all right. Last thing from the external behind the scenes stuff. The production. So this is like the actual making of the film.
Uh, so production, I guess. Is there any? This is one of the most. This is one of the most praised films as far as a lot of the production elements, as far as a lot of the animation goes.
I don't have
It's
actually
kind
have
of incredible.
going yet.
Elton John is involved. You had
Mm-hmm.
like other major like
Hans Zimmer
people
as
involved.
well.
Yeah, Elton John, Hans Zimmer. There's actually like, if you actually look into like the people involved with this movie, it's kind of crazy. Like how
It's
many big
studded from top.
names.
Yeah, every aspect: the music, the voice acting, the people writing, directing, producing. It's all big shots.
Yeah, yeah, because like that's why I'm like, just just looking into any given names, it's like because it's like Hans Zimmer. Yeah, it's Hans Zimmer. It's Elton John. It's what was his name? I'm shit at names. I'm sorry.
All good.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
Anyone involved? Anyone watching?
I don't
Because
have the.
I was literally just looking at this list and I was like, okay, like a lot of these names I just recognize off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Uh,
We'll get into the voice cast later when we go over the characters, but
yeah.
I actually through this discussion
Oh,
on all the
James
others.
Earl Jones. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, he's a big one. We'll get into the
Yeah,
voice
well,
cast
Whoopi
soon.
Goldberg. Yeah, the voice cast is just particularly big names. It's like Hans Zimmer. It's no, it's just incredibly like good talent went into this, and also I think a big part of it too is it's kind of like an environment that most people are not familiar with at the time. Like in Africa was Africa was not like an environment for most movies and most animated movies. And the savannah is definitely not as much. Like,
Art, do you have anything
there's
to
a
say in counter to that?
well, mainstream movies. I'm gonna add to that. Just
I mean, Zulu
About
was a
out of
pretty
Africa,
popular film, right?
yeah,
Zulu out of Africa,
Hmm.
yeah. Okay, yeah, Zulu.
Lawrence of
Okay, what
Arabia.
else?
Some of that's in Africa, right?
most of it.
Yeah,
Okay, but is it mostly in the savannah of Africa? I've never seen it, so I don't know.
I've actually never seen Lawrence of Arabia either. It's been on my list for a while.
Oh, I've seen it. What a surprise!
You've seen every movie. But yeah, we covered most of the points just organically for the other conversations we had. The only thing see left on my list was that in the original production of the film, Rafiki was going to be a cheetah rather than a mandrill, and then they switched it because originally he was supposed to be more of like kind of like a strict counselor
It,
type, similar to Zazu, and then they wanted to diversify. They felt like Zazu kind of covered that enough, so they switched him to like the old like sage type character, like a shaman, and then made him a mandrill because like mandrills kind of have that exotic look to them. They're the most colorful mammals with like the blue and red faces and
which
butts.
which kind of fits the shaman
Mm-hmm.
like aesthetic more.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I mean, they probably could have had it be like a lion or something else,
I think
but
switching it
I
to a different
I
animal
think
is smart. I don't. I think the lions
yeah.
all being like
Um,
royalty and then the shaman being like a different
I
species is a good move.
I agree. I agree. No, I was gonna say I agree with that. Like, they could have made a number of things. I think actually the choice they did, especially because as little as we get of Rafiki, he is extremely expressive, and I think that's important for his role.
Hmm.
I
It's
think they shouldn't have made him a mandrill because nobody likes mandrills.
I hate
That's
you,
true.
Art.
I also do not like mandrills.
You know they're actually only my second favorite animal. Can you guess my favorite?
The
uh,
jerk bird.
Maggot.
No, they're in this film.
Meerkat.
Um,
Other
what?
animals in this film. Ostriches,
Uh,
hippo, rhino, warthog.
yes, warthog. That's
No.
that's what I was thinking of.
Someone said my PFP looks like a warthog, and I was just very confused.
You do no, no, no. Your PFP doesn't, but your real life appearance does. Don't worry. Don't worry about how I have that. By the way.
Anyway, it was elephant is my favorite animal.
Oh, my
Uh,
mum's favorite animal too.
They're good animals. Most people like
oh,
elephants.
also
They're
an
hard not to
animal that
like.
resembles you.
Aren't you the fattest one of the three of us?
Hey, hey, hey! Why are you like exposing that online?
You're the one who called me
I mean,
fat.
what do you mean? I made that up though. You
No. I'm sorry. Do you not want me to bring that up on stream? Is that like an off limits thing?
no. I'm saying this as a meme.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were like
Fuck, I
fat
don't
sensitive.
fucking care. No, I don't fucking care.
Raggy's on the Lizzo program. Do you ever see that South Park
I,
episode with the
I, I,
Lizzo?
I say I say that, but I do find the femboy meme funnier than the fat memes.
They're just they're more unique. The fat jokes are pretty. Most people make fat
Yeah,
jokes. Femboy
yeah.
jokes are kind of niche.
Well, yeah. You need a specific person, and I have the voice for it.
And the anime profile.
That is true.
All right. Well,
Which is funny
hmm
because my PFP is a woman.
yeah. That's why I thought you were a woman when I first met you. It's a funny story for all three people in chat. It says that that and I'm not the only one to have thought that.
No, you are not. No, no. Actually, you're like the fifth person. Actually, no, fifth person.
Well, yeah, it's a
To have thought
combination
that.
of the voice and the PFP.
Yes. The voice was also worse when I was on
No,
a
it used to be
lower
worse.
quality
Yeah,
mic.
you had that like shitty microphone that like made you sound like even more
I
feminine.
still have that, although over there too. I own that one, that mic still.
Yeah, that was just like like made your voice sound higher pitched than it actually is.
But yeah. Let's continue on to
Well,
next
that's
section.
well. This was it for the external stuff. You guys want to have any closing thoughts about like how the Lion
Yeah,
King
yeah.
came to be?
Uh, Art, do you have any extra trivia or anything? I'm asking
Uh,
because I'm gonna step away for a second.
And I'm
I
out.
gotta take the dog.
I
I
went out of
gotta
all my
take the dog
stuff.
uh,
downstairs.
You're on the spot, Art. Give me something.
let's see. The Lion King original motion picture soundtrack was the fourth best-selling album of the year.
Oh wow.
It's the only soundtrack to an animated film to be certified diamond, which is 10 times platinum.
Oh wow.
Zimmer's complete instrumental score for the film was never originally given a full release until 2014.
Mm.
The Lion King also inspired the 1995 release Rhythm of the Pride Lands. Um,
Hmm.
The use of the song The Lion Sleeps Tonight in a theme of Timon and Pumbaa led to disputes between Disney and the family of South African Solomon Linda, who originally composed the song in 1939.
Oh, that would have been
In
an
July
interesting thing to
2004,
mention in
Linda's
legal.
In July 2004, Linda's family filed a lawsuit seeking $1.6 million in royalties from Disney. There's an interesting fact about The Lion Sleeps Tonight. The guy who originally wrote it sold the rights for like £1 or something like that.
Really? What a
Um,
single like what year was that?
Sometime in the 30s, I think.
So $1 in the 30s or £1 in the 30s. That would be like that still would only be like $20 today.
Mm.
So he sold the rights for like a $20 bill.
I think so, if I'm remembering correctly.
Huh. That is strange.
He's not back yet. I, I don't have anything else.
Well, I'm out too. I guess we can start with the movie proper, and then Rangi can budge in when he gets back.
Yeah, all right.
All right. So that was See, I think it's it'll. I still want to keep the external section. I don't know if Rangi wants to get rid of it or not. Um, I guess we'll find out later. But like, I think not every movie is gonna have as much interesting uh, behind the scenes stuff as The Lion King. It's just such a monumental film with like so many moving
That's
parts.
true.
So I don't think it would normally take as long.
Brazil
Mm-hmm.
has quite an interesting external thing that we can get into.
Yeah, no,
Hello.
I love that. I think it's just as interesting talking about the making of the thing as the thing itself.
It can be. It depends on the thing, right?
Oh, for sure. And I think Lion King's definitely one of those examples where there's plenty to talk about in the making of it.
Yeah. Obviously, in the future, I didn't realize how much of the making of the thing would be relevant. I'm gonna make sure to do more research.
Yeah, I mean, I just looked on Wikipedia and read a couple articles. I don't think you need to do anything too crazy.
Oh yeah. I just feel bad because I didn't bother looking into it.
No, it's fine.
Because
I mean,
I've been busy.
oh yeah, dude, don't worry about it. Um,
Yeah.
and like I
But
said,
going into the internal stuff, I think.
do you want to start with the themes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a
Themes.
definite theme of responsibility,
Mm-hmm.
of just what does it mean to be a king? What does it mean to what does it mean to carry that sort of burden? And also, like, yeah, power, responsibility is just. I think it's the most major theme, but also like, what does it mean to ignore power? What does it mean to ignore responsibility? Is another like major theme of it.
Mm-hmm.
Power and responsibility are probably the two biggest like kind of thematic like characteristics of the movie. To be honest,
I would agree that
this
they're up there. I think balance of nature is another big one. Um,
And there's also never trust people with facial scars.
yes, that's a
uh,
that means they're evil. I
yeah,
think
I also don't trust the Scottish. That's true.
I think self
Yeah.
discovery is also an element in there. I think
Absolutely,
like Simba trying to figure out like who he is and how does that relate to him being king and how does he be him while being king, like
well, and what does it mean to be king?
yeah,
What does it mean? I am like
to
the
be
prince, and
or not to
am I
be.
a
That
prince?
is the question.
Am I a prince
Oh.
just because I was born a prince?
Right?
That's another
do you know where
big
to
thing.
be or not or to be or not to be? That is the question. You know where that's from?
A Hamlet?
Yeah, it's just I figured you would guess that.
King Lear.
Good one. But yeah, the
Oh,
Akuna
oh,
Matata is actually,
wait, no. Is it from every shitty Shakespeare reference since the 1990s?
but Hakuna Matata is kind of like kind of a similar thing, just kind of like it's kind of the the
Oh,
the confrontation between uh like embracing responsibility and just not worrying about it. It's kind of like their
no.
take on to be or not to be, right? It's like kind of like the internal conflict Simba has to face. Is like, do you just Hakuna
Well,
Matata your whole life, or do you own up to responsibility?
no, wait, hold on though, because I think that Simba is still in line with Akuma no Matata. From what I've heard, what from my rewatch, actually, this is a new perspective I have
Mm.
after rewatching it. Okay, so the idea of Akuna Matata is you can't change what you can't change. The thing about it is Simba can change these things because he's literally a prince.
So it's kind of like you can't. So it's still in line with it because it's you can't change the past, which he can't, and
Yeah,
he has to let go of the past, but the future is still within his means, so it doesn't break
yeah.
Hakuna Matata, but he can basically Hakuna Matata let go of the past and then embrace the future at the same time. Like
I would say the story is what you want is a balance between the idea of being a king and Hakuna Matata, because Hakuna Matata is so the way Timon and Pumbaa treat it, it's like you literally have no responsibilities. You don't have to do anything. As long as you're happy, the world is happy, and obviously that's like the direct it's essentially the embrace of selfishness, while the mentality of Mufasa is, oh yeah, you are the king, you are responsible for everything else, everything.
well, that's what I just said
You have
earlier.
to. Yeah,
Why did you
well,
disagree with me
so
then? I said the internal conflict was does he Akuna Matata or does he embrace his destiny as a
well,
king? And you said no, and now you're agreeing with me.
no, my response is the literal idea of it is, well, you balance it because Hakuna Matata is not necessarily adverse to his mentality. It's set up as a false dichotomy almost.
Yeah, I just said
Cause
that.
think about it. Yeah, cause Hakuna Matata is literally you can't change what you can't change.
Are I'm confused. Is he agreeing with what I said or not?
Maybe I misinterpreted what
I
you said.
well,
To be fair.
it's it. I thought um, that Alan said it was about choosing one or the other, and Rangi saying no, it's about blending the two.
Yes, that was my interpretation as well. It is about blending. It's not a choice. It's a false dichotomy. It's like, no, you can't change what you can change, but you can change what you can change.
Hmm.
That is kind of the main.
No, that's valid, I think.
That's like the most simplistic way I can say it, but also the most confusing way I can word
Yeah,
it.
no, I get what you're getting at now. But yeah, Art. Before I say what the official theme according to the producer is, do you want to give your themes?
Well, yeah, I think that the theme is about growing into your responsibilities.
Yep, absolutely. No, I agree with that.
Well, Art pretty much hit the nail on the head. That's more or less what the official theme of the movie is. Leaving childhood and facing up the realities of the world is the official theme of Lion King. So good job, Art. You win. not
I
that not
usually
that
do.
not that me and Rangi's themes aren't
Yeah,
invalid. I think the stuff we talked about, like learning humility,
but it
facing.
all ties in together,
Yeah,
right?
I just think
Yeah, it
Art
does.
just gave the answer that the film most wanted you to take away. Movie stuff. It's
I'm
his,
a pro movie watcher.
yeah. Art has seen more movies than anyone else I've ever met. That's not an exaggeration.
I can give you the exact number.
Literally thousands more than most people I've ever met.
It's a funny meme, Art. Simba, my uncle killed my father, is trying to kill me now. Timon and Pumbaa. Oh, have you tried just not fucking worrying about it? I've seen that meme before. It's an
But
oldie but a goodie.
no, there's a lot of like smaller themes also you can draw
Mm-hmm.
from that.
Yeah, there's a lot of branching themes. Like
Uh,
learning humility is kind of part of the growing up and embracing its responsibilities. It's kind of like a natural, organic byproduct of those other themes, like
yeah,
a sub theme
and
of those themes.
I kind of think this is why this makes such a good children's movie because there's so much you can draw out of it. I feel like you could. This is one of those movies that I feel like you could show two people in isolation and they come up with like two completely different versions of the theme. You know?
Yeah, no, it's definitely. I think it's a good movie where everyone kind of has unique takes, but like along the same vein, kind of thing. Where it's like
Yes,
everyone's in the same
exactly.
ballpark, but has their own spin on it, which is what you want.
Yeah, yes, that is exactly what I mean. Yeah. Uh, Because, like, for example, like, Timon and Pumbaa are content,
Mm-hmm.
but there is a degree with Simba where contentness isn't as much because he does feel that edge of responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like there is something more out there, and pursuing it is noble.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, I think you can, like, highlight that, and there's a thematic depth to that
Mm-hmm.
is kind of just separate
Mm-hmm.
as far as the characters go, but it is also so for like for example like Timon and Pumbaa, they're content, but also like how much could they change really in their day to day life?
Yeah, they don't have the agency really to do so
Yeah,
until Simba comes
so
along.
so there is a degree of opportunity creates responsibility too.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I think that's a kind of a organic offshoot of the
Yeah,
like owning, like when you own responsibility, it kind of makes those around you also want to own responsibility. It's kind of like it's like the old saying, right? Like you have to have your own house in order before you can change the world, kind of thing.
clean your room.
Well, yeah, it's like you have to have yourself in order to change your house. You have to have your house in order to
Yeah,
change your community. You have to have your community in order to change the world. That's like kind of how that saying goes.
absolutely, and that's kind of like actually just an ancient sort of as much as
I think it's a Chinese
I can.
proverb, actually.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it is. It's I think it's universal though. It's
Oh, for
like
sure.
it's like oh, what are you criticizing me for when you don't even have your own life in order? Like that's like an extremely natural like
Well, to be fair,
view.
Pumbaa doesn't even have hands.
Mm, prove it. No, he has hands. Come on,
He has
he throws
hooves.
plenty of hands in this. So if I have them.
um, but
Hi
yeah.
JL in the chat.
Oh, JL's in the chat.
Yo, Jay.
Yo, how we doing?
To answer, we tried turning up the volume. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Iron is too incompetent to like figure out how to
Dude,
turn up the volume.
what am I doing wrong?
Okay,
All right.
go in. Yeah. I told you how to like up the up the decibels and like give the enhancements, but
Yeah, but
you just need to separate out the audio
I'm on
sources.
like 150%.
Yeah, well, so you have to separate out the audio sources, and then you just have to like boost everyone individually.
Yeah, but
That's what
everyone
you
on
have to do.
Discord is boosted to 100.
Yeah, and we sound better than we did earlier, but uh, uh, that's why you have to separate it out, and then
But
you have to like
I don't get what
balance
separating out
it.
is gonna do. I boosted everything to max.
Because then you can when I listened in, Art and I sounded fine, and then you sounded actually really quiet.
But what? I don't know how to fix that.
Well, I've explained how to fix it. I don't know. We'll get together later on
Right.
to fix it.
So like something.
Actually, JL might be a person that's like voice acting stuff.
Needs an audio speaker
Yeah,
volume.
I think he's an audiophile at least. He probably would know more than I do.
All right. How about this? Do I sound better now? I just
Well, the difference isn't going to be on Discord because you sound fine on Discord, but everything sounds super quiet on stream. That's the problem.
I hate audio so much. It's visuals. Figuring out the visual stuff with
Visuals are
content
easy,
creation.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Because you can see visuals, but you have to like hear it externally for audio. No, audio is always the worst.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter what I do, whether it be like actual videos or live streaming, my audio is always shit, and I don't know how to fix it.
Huh?
Anyway,
Yeah, because I sound not amazing, but okay on
do we sound worse
stream.
than we did on the Red Rising stream? Because I made everyone louder than last time.
Well, I can hear myself more. Yeah,
Um,
you're now really quiet,
I'm
so
even more
we'll
quiet.
figure it out.
I'm more quiet.
I I think that you and I are gonna have to just set a time to try to figure out this audio shit.
All right, I guess maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. What day works better for you?
Wednesday works better for
All right, so on Wednesday
me.
we'll
But yeah.
we'll do a powwow and figure this out. This is the third stream now where we've been quiet.
I either way, for now, just do what I told you to do with the decibel boosting thing.
Well, now it's at 150.
Yeah. Okay, well, you can bring it up another 50%.
All right. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Anything else you guys want to say on themes before we move on?
No, I think we've exhausted the topic.
Alrighty then. All right, let's go to tone. This is kind of like
I think this will be a quick one.
it is, yeah. It's just kind of like you guys all remember your literature classes, right? It's kind of like the voice of the author, like how, what mood he wants you to. It's the tone and
Yeah,
atmosphere combined to make you like feel a certain mood. That's like their job.
yeah, and I think there's two specific things I can reference here
Mm-hmm.
that set tone very well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's be prepared, obviously.
Um,
Well, actually, try the music in general, but be prepared.
what I
And
think there's two
uh,
tones. I think there's I think what you're going with is like the Simba, because there's three POV characters, but mostly two. The Simba scenes have a very like playful and whimsical tone, and then the Scar scenes are like pretty tense and like kind of put like dread into children.
well, the Simba scenes have playful, whimsical
Mm-hmm.
till they don't. You know.
Well, and when they don't, it's when they interact with Scar. Like those are the only scenes where they're not whimsical.
Well,
I
kind of not.
I mean, there's like one scene where there's two scenes where he's depressed for a little bit, but like that's like such a minute amount of time compared to like the Scar stuff. And and, and
So the three tone ones I can talk about with the music are so it's the Scar scene stuff, obviously, that we're talking about now.
mm-hmm.
Both the Be Prepared and the stuff tied to into Simba. But then I was
Like
also thinking about the Timon and Pumbaa,
well, I would say that's pretty
the
whimsical.
Can You Feel the Love Tonight
I would say
stuff.
that's like
Yeah,
that's
it's whimsical, but I think romantic whimsical is different from the win. Well, I also wouldn't call Kuna Matata whimsical. It's almost like ignore your problems. Is
yeah, but like the way they present it is pretty whimsical. It's like kind of like
It is,
something like
yeah.
out of a fairy tale, which makes sense. We're talking about a Disney movie, and I think you're right. I think the "Can You Feel the Love Tonight" is like a romantic whimsy. Like there's like whimsy isn't just like a single thing. Like you can like playful whimsy, romance whimsy. I'm saying whimsy too
Oh,
much.
so what you're saying is there's more than two different tones then.
Well, I said there's two main tones. I didn't say there was only two tones.
Oh yeah, if I describe anything as too broad, then I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying the main tone for the Simba stuff is whimsical, and the main stuff for the Scar things, it's like tense, like suspension.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Uh, and I feel like there's a I don't know how I would call Rafiki's tone. It's almost like redemptive.
Aloof. Wait, no. What? Or
Yeah,
what would you say about
redemptive is
Rafiki? What like the tone of his scenes are
well. So
like
a lot
otherworldly,
of his tones
maybe
are
like
like
mystic. Oh,
the
mystical.
potential.
Mystic.
Mystic. Yeah, mystical.
Mystical,
I think that's a good word.
mystical.
Yeah.
That's yeah, because it's always referring to events yet to happen. It's
Yeah,
kind of always
his scenes are kind of like magic
mythological.
almost. Like he gets like
Yeah,
Mystical,
premonitions.
spiritual,
Yeah, mystical and
Yoda-ish.
spiritual. I like those. Yeah. What was that last one you said?
Yoda-ish.
Oh, Yoda-ish. Based. Yes, Rafiki is a Yoda like. He even has a
Mm,
stick
It does.
that he beats the main character with.
that's kind of gay.
God.
And James L. Jones is there.
Yes, James Earl Jones is present in the Yoda like simulator. But yeah, I would say those are the three main tones for like the main tone for each POV character: Simba, whimsy; Scar, suspense; and then Rafiki, um, mystical. That's it. That's how you pronounce that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, mystical, mythical, either one works kind of here.
I'd say mystical kind of puts a bit more emphasis on like spiritual, where mythical puts a bit more emphasis on like religion. That's kind of how I always viewed those two words.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, yeah.
All right,
So
atmosphere.
what's next?
So,
Atmosphere.
so this there's a lot to
Oh,
talk about for this movie in atmosphere.
oh, definitely. No, actually, because even most of the songs tend to be like atmospheric setups, like
Mm-hmm.
uh, I just can't wait to be king.
With the color palette changing in the background as they
Uh,
sing, kind of
be prepared.
as
Yeah, the
the
color palette
fire.
in general.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the
Yeah.
color and the music work together to paint like very specific atmospheres that like work with the tone to like give you a very clear mood. Like I think the mood you're supposed to take away from each scene is very unambiguous, which is the point. They want children to understand what they're going for in these scenes, and like they get the point across very effectively.
Oh yeah, like because even outside of the music and song, because
Mm.
the music is kind of the easy way to that they set atmosphere, but then also
The art
like
direction.
just not color, art direction, the amount of like plant foliage or animals
Mm-hmm.
or
Like that,
like
I'm
the
glad you
elephant
pointed out the
graveyard.
plant foliage because like that's like it's like proportionate to like the mood of the scene. The more plants there are, the
Yeah,
happier things are. The less plants there are, like the more somber and tense things are. Like at the end of the
yeah,
movie, like there's no grass, and like when they're in the elephant graveyard, there's no
yeah,
grass.
yeah, exactly.
And then
Yeah,
like I can't wait to be king and Hakuna Matata, there's a lot of grass.
after
Yeah, go on.
yeah, and after Mufasa dies, Simba ends up in the middle of like the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he ends up in like this barren desert. There's basically nothing there. It's almost like
He's at his low point. Like
it's
it's
bleak.
symbolizing the low point
Well,
that he's at.
yeah, it's bleak.
Yeah.
That is the description and the tone. It's like supposed to feel like a bleak moment,
Mm-hmm.
and it's this like bleak, almost like featureless desert. Well, not featureless, but it's like this bleak
Void.
wasteland.
Yeah.
Wasteland is
Yeah,
yeah.
Wasteland Void, yeah.
Wasteland is probably the best
Mm-hmm.
way to describe it. And how would you describe the area with Timon and Pumbaa? It's like
Full life.
vibrant.
Yeah, vibrant.
Lush.
Yeah. Lush. That's a good term.
Yep. Yes. They do a lot with atmosphere and the visuals and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. The other thing I could point to is the elephant graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Yeah.
it's
It's
the
like
elephant
hopeless.
graveyard. Yeah. Well, not even hopeless. It's like, there's an air of danger.
Yeah, no, that's probably a better term. Yeah, it's like it
Yeah.
screams unease, trepidation.
It's danger. There are skeletons
Foreboding. It's
everywhere.
foreboding.
Yeah,
Foreboding,
Ooh, I
yes,
like that term.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yep,
foreboding is a
yep.
good one.
And yeah, it's like you look at it and it's just immediately like, okay, well, something's gonna come out and get me.
Mm-hmm. Ominous. That's another good term.
Yeah.
Ominous is the correct term. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just I think the film does a really good job of using the biomes to like portray the atmosphere they're wanting. Like to some biomes, so just like even though like all biomes can be like scary or not depending on the context you find yourselves in, I think they kind of know that like lack of life kind of emphasizes like low points and full life emphasizes high points. That's kind of what they consistently do throughout the film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they used atmosphere in kind of conjunction with tone
Mm-hmm.
in such like a masterful way. To be honest, I don't think I can think of too many other examples that are like
Mm-hmm.
similar in the level of them doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the big thing I can think of is maybe like some Ghibli films,
Mm-hmm.
depending on which ones. Uh, like I think this is the level of like synchronicity with these actually. it's normally very high anyway, but I think in animated films it's generally something that needs to be the case,
Mm-hmm.
and this one does that very well.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Ghibli films, but I kind of understand their reputation and that they're masters of their craft.
Yeah, I'm thinking of some things with, like, for example, like Princess Mononoke.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yep, exactly.
Or even some of their smaller films, like My Neighbor Totoro, kind of as well in a different way.
Uh, kind of depending on what you mean. I could even see. I can even see.
The context you find yourselves in, I think.
What was it? Kiki. I can even see Kiki's kind of with the atmosphere the character is like dealing with. There's a lot of like atmospheric things with the environment she's in.
Yep. Yep, I can agree with that.
Sorry, I was checking
And
the audio. I didn't catch much of that. What were you saying?
Oh, we were talking about like correlation with Ghibli films because there are other animated films I would say do atmosphere and tone and the balance between them very well.
I think that's one of the strengths
And
of animation is that you can more so than live action really emphasize the atmosphere within the film and like because you can handcraft every single part of the film and really make it all work in unison to the point you're trying to
absolutely.
prove or make.
yeah, I mean, think in live action, you need to basically stay on stage sets to have the same level of
Mm-hmm.
control over that sort of thing.
And even then,
Yeah,
it's
and
like you can only do
well,
so much
that
because like you still have to work with real objects, whereas with animation, you
yeah.
can the sky's the limit essentially.
Yeah, because well, not only do you have to work with real objects, you have to work with like real human perception and
Mm-hmm.
like the limitations therein.
Yeah, you can
Like
use
you know,
exaggerations like the eyeballs coming out of the head kind of thing, like in Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry to emphasize the point that you really can't do as much with live action.
well, like exaggerated facial features in general, not that or
I
even to that point
Well, no,
can
yeah, yeah,
sell
yeah.
in
That was
like
just an example.
in anime. But also, I would say like the fact that you have so much control over animation does make a difference. Like there's only so much you can sell a feeling. I think in reality.
Mm-hmm.
I will just point out that at the end of the first Mad Max movie, they do actually have a character's eyeballs pop out of his head, like in a cartoon.
That's fun. They do that in Who Framed Roger Rabbit as well, right?
They do. I was thinking about that, but I
Yeah.
thought, I guess that's
Oh
technically
shit!
That's
animated.
such a good movie.
We're gonna need to cover that at
That's
some
going to
point.
be a pick we do eventually. Unfortunately for you, I'll be picking a bunch of Shakespeare adaptations for the foreseeable future because I want to torture art.
Okay, I get it. You've become gay. You've become a theater kid.
That's fine. I'll pick a bunch of low budget Italian horror movies.
You say that like I wouldn't enjoy that.
I'll pick. Shit, what's the worst thing I can think of?
Uh, Iron.
3 hour long Russian biopics about painters.
No.
Don't make me pick Andrei Rublev. I'll do it.
I was
He's
gonna
gonna
say
pick
you
like
could
some like
just
Norwegian film that's in black and
try.
white and it's just super depressing.
I was gonna say you could always pick like Chinese propaganda movies or
Good.
German propaganda movies
Okay.
from the 1940s.
He just said black and white
Ryan gets
Norwegian, but I'm
my
gonna go
channel
one over
taken
to black
down.
and white Swedish and do Ingmar Bergman
No,
movies.
well, no, I'm not gonna do that. Art is gonna do that. He's watched all of those.
For research
He's
purposes.
watched every movie.
Yes.
But let's continue
Oh yeah, right,
onward.
The Lion King.
Yes. We can talk about the thousands of movies Art has seen another time. Mainly
Yep.
Jeopardy.
But I think we've talked about atmosphere though. This is probably one of the best for atmosphere and like the way they convey it through art.
So let's
Yeah,
talk about
and
Disney.
songs too.
so what do you think about setting the film in the savannah rather than the jungle, like they were originally thinking of doing.
It was a good choice.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Pride Lands, which first of all, the Pride Lands is a great name because Pride of Lions. Um, and
Oh
did you just get that?
no, I was just memeing.
Oh, well, thank you for making me feel like an asshole.
I did get that, but I was always wondering if that was coincidental or like on purpose.
No, that's definitely intentional, Rangi. Modern Disney maybe accidentally stumble into meaning, but like back in the day, they knew what they were doing, and
Well,
everything was yeah.
modern Disney would be like they were we are the rulers of the land of the lion.
Well,
To be
they would
fair,
think Pride Lands mean everyone is gay. That's what modern Disney would think.
it is literally called Pride Rock.
Yeah, it'd be a rainbow and gay Simba.
Right down the street from Fraggle Rock.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
yeah, no, that God, thinking of gay lions makes me think of YMS. Anyway,
oh
Yeah,
no.
god damn it.
this is your
Let's
fault,
not talk
Rangi, for
about that.
bring.
Let's
This is
not
your
talk about
fault for
it.
bringing him up.
Well, I am sorry that he is like the main
Yeah, he's
like
like the
guy
Lion
who
King
did
guy.
this.
It's like everyone. If you're on YouTube and in the sphere, you know YMS is the Lion King guy.
Yeah, well, not only that, but when it
I
comes to
don't.
the Kimba controversy specifically, he is kind of the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I only know him as the media diet guy.
That is a funny meme. Just go to like some Norwegian film festival in like the middle of nowhere. They have to drive 3 hours to a backwaters town to watch a movie that was made on a budget for $50 in the guy's mom's basement. But it's the best thing
Thing
you'll
I
ever
love
see.
about most of, thing I love most about it is him going on about how you need a better media diet, and it's like I've seen more movies than he has.
Well, to be fair, Art, it's kind of hard to have as big of a media diet as you. You just you're like at the Golden Corral. You just eat everything.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, North Korean propaganda movie? Shit, I've never seen one of those before. So.
Oh, there is actually a North Korean movie I want to see.
What's it called?
What's it called?
Well, Kim Jong. Oh man, who was it? I think it was Kim Jong Un. He kidnapped a filmmaker from South Korea and forced him to make a movie.
It sounds like
It's gonna be
sounds like
fucking
the
awful.
reverse like interview. You ever see that film?
Yeah, kind of.
But yeah, no, okay, wait, we can talk more about the setting because I think
There's a
lot
bunch
of
of settings in
the
here.
different-
There's the
Yeah,
Pride Lands,
yeah,
the elephant
so
graveyard, the jungle.
I think the thing with saying it in the savannah that it
yeah, this
enables
kind
them
of
to have
ties
those
into
big.
what we said with atmosphere.
Hmm?
It's like I said, this kind of ties into atmosphere. I think with what we
I
said.
Well, yeah, they're
think
all
setting it
related.
on, I think setting it on the Pride Lands enabled them to have those big sweeping vista shots that
Hmm.
wouldn't have been the same in the jungle.
I agree.
I think that was a smart choice.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Circle of Life, I don't think
absolutely.
would have really worked in the jungle. That like whole opening
No.
shot.
Well, I also think that setting it as kind of like African animals. Mm,
Well, they were always going
I
for
think
African
it.
animals.
Well, yeah, but so
There are
but
jungles in
like
Africa, Rangi, in the Congo.
as I prove it. Go over there and show me.
I'll buy you some plane tickets to the
Physically.
Congo. You just have to find
No,
your
no,
own way back.
you have to go because you know what? You know
I
what?
mean, I'm the closest.
Yeah, you want to, but Art, you have to. If you go, you have to take a Belgian with you.
I can take what with me?
A Belgian.
Why? Why?
You don't know about Belgians in the Congo?
No.
Well, first of all, it's referenced in We Didn't Start the Fire. But second of all, it's like they're the ones who, like, when they carved up Europe, carved up Africa, the Belgians got Congo, and then they had the rubber quotas, and they would like chop people's arms off if they didn't meet it. Um, Tarzan, that modern Tarzan movie, that's like really gritty. that takes place in the Congo with the
Well, I
Belgians.
mean, I would take a Belgian with me, but then I would have to talk to a Belgian.
Are Belgians annoying?
I have
No,
no
but
idea.
they're
I've never met
Belgian.
one, but I just
Aren't you like right next
it's
They
to
are
Belgium?
Belgian.
there's like a English channel between me and the rest of the continent.
Yeah, but you can take a train to Belgium.
Well, I don't want to.
Fair enough.
That it's full of the problem with Belgium is it's full of Belgians.
That's the problem with
Yeah, aren't
Scotland. It's
they?
full of Scots.
Yeah,
Yes,
and smack.
that was the reference I was kind of aiming for, but didn't want to like say verbatim.
Yeah, I got you.
Isn't Belgium half French as well? Or is that the Netherlands?
Belgium is such a tiny country. It's basically one third British, one third French, one third German.
Yeah,
Is this a country that's split in half between?
but I think we're covering a lot of the ground with setting that we covered with atmosphere. So we
Yeah, but
probably should just in the future blend them.
um, well, well, the atmosphere is more like I was thinking more of like the soundtrack and the color
Yeah,
composition and the lighting. That's more
but
atmosphere.
but
Setting
but, but
is
at
like the
least
physical location.
this movie, a lot of the settings tie into what we said with
Well,
atmosphere.
well, yeah.
It's
This is
like
just kind of a
the outside
general.
graveyard. Oh, all of it kind of ties into tone.
Well, yeah. That's kind of
You know.
like Well, I just kind of had the reason I formatted like this because like this is just kind of like a general framework you can use for any given movie. Like obviously,
Oh,
different movies are gonna
absolutely.
have different lengthy discussions or shorter depending on the movie, right? Like setting in Star Wars
Uh,
is going to have a lot more difference between setting and
I'm not
atmosphere.
criticizing you. I'm just saying we should move on to the next because I
No,
think
that's
we've
fair.
said everything already.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's fair.
I'm criticizing you though.
Good.
Yeah, I'll criticize you later.
All right, world building.
Unless you pay me.
So I think the main thing I want to touch on world building is like kind of the hierarchy of the animals. It's very much like the animal kingdom, right? You have the carnivores on top, then you have
Yeah,
the
it's kind
omnivores
of
in the
the
middle, and
animal
the
kingdom,
herbivores in
but
the
more
bottom.
literal.
Yeah, it's
But more
literally the
literal.
animal kingdom.
I want to point out a mistake in their world building.
Oh, okay, go.
Are woken up by Nala and they get really scared and they have a conversation. And when Nala leaves, Timon says carnivores in a really dismissive tone.
Mm-hmm.
But Timon and Pumbaa eat bugs, so they are also carnivores.
Also, Pumbaa is a warthog, which are omnivores.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, bullshit.
but
They eat meat and plants.
that's kind of the weird thing about like humans is we just don't really consider insects like worthy of life. Like people who are like vegetarians
Right?
and vegans, like who like they like they're so like worried about like harming animals. They'll kill like an ant or a spider without a second thought. There's just they people classify insects differently because they're just kind of like so otherworldly and
Well,
different.
it's because they're not one of the pretty animals.
Well,
That's what it is.
well, ladybugs are pretty.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry,
Butterflies are
like
pretty.
they aren't gonna actively like freak out about a ladybug or a butterfly. They're gonna freak out about a cockroach.
Or a spitter.
Say a spider.
I hit a spitter.
It's a
Yeah,
spitter.
spitter. Yeah.
That spider.
The spider, but pronounced weird.
I thought you were talking about like the
It
things
took
from Jurassic
spider
Park
to
where they
put
like
it
spit the
into
acid.
play.
Yeah, those guys. Those fucking
Dude, they should
guys.
put velociraptors in the Lion King. That would be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why not? Velociraptors would improve most movies.
I, there's a movie about a priest who fights velociraptors. I think we should watch that sometime and review it.
Velocipaster.
Yes.
I know about that.
It sounds like such an awesomely terrible masterpiece. But
But yeah. Far as what our current setup is world building. Do we? I don't think we get a completely thorough idea of the world building as far
One
as.
thing I always wondered about with the world building is, can all those like other animals talk, like the wildebeests and like the antelope, like the like are they capable of speaking?
Well, presumably.
Because
Yeah, I would assume so, but you
the
don't ever
wildebeest
see
kind of
one.
like act like regular animals, whereas like the rest of the
Well, yeah,
animals
but
like
they're not
act
the
like
main character.
what?
But they're not the main character.
No, I'm just saying it's funny that
Maybe
like some
only
of the animals just act like normal animals, where the other animals act like people essentially.
maybe it's only the animals that eat meat that can talk.
But
Hmm.
mere, like you mean
He eats
like
bugs.
including bugs? What about Zazu?
No. I was gonna say. Wait.
Doesn't he could be a
Also,
bird that only eats
the
fruit?
the other meerkats. Uh. Uh. In 1.5 can also talk. So.
Yeah, but that doesn't disprove Art's point.
Do
If
they
they
eat
eat
meat?
bugs.
I'm trying to remember.
Well,
Do they
Timon
eat
eats
bugs too?
bugs the whole movie. I haven't
Um.
seen Lion King 1.5, so I don't know about that.
Isn't
Yeah.
it just
We're,
Isn't it basically the whole thing's just Timon and Pumbaa's POV that we don't get in
it's
Lion King?
Timon and Pumbaa's perspective.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we actually
That's what
we had that conversation the other day that we probably should have saved to hear, is like debating who's POV characters and who's not.
They also had like a Savannah style feature, bonus feature narrated by Timon and Pumbaa in the DVD release of that movie. I remember finding it really fun.
Interesting. But yeah. So any other? Because I mean, the world building in this film is pretty much just the animal kingdom. But like, what's the term for when you give human features or characteristics to
Anthropomorphized.
Thank you. It's basically an anthropomorphized animal kingdom, where like you go from the animal kingdom of nature to a literal like Hamlet style kingdom.
Yeah, style kingdom, whatever.
Yeah,
I assume that's what.
well, I just point out Hamlet because like they're doing kind of like a feudal system, because again it's based off of Hamlet, and then you have the Mufasa who's the king, and then his brother Scar was the heir until Simba was born, and then Scar wants the throne for himself, so he gets Mufasa killed, and he thinks he has Simba killed, but his henchmen are incompetent, so they at least they're competent enough to lie to him. He just assumed Simba was dead.
This is why you should always confirm a body.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm planning to do with Art.
Smart. Very smart.
Even he approves.
Make it a fabulous death.
All right.
No, I'm just gonna have you assassinated in a theater.
All right. Well, now it's time to get.
Oh, just like Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah,
Exactly.
while watching Shakespeare, he watched Macbeth. Yeah.
I've actually seen a Shakespeare play on the stage.
He has seen a man Shakespeare.
Yeah. Okay, they've got.
What?
I'll get the.
I didn't catch that.
Nothing.
You're roboting.
For right now.
You're better now.
I said they gotta get the hobos out of the park.
The hobos out of the park, because Shakespeare wants to play in the park, but all the UK hobos are blocking his view.
Because Rangi said I saw a man shake his spear.
Are the hobos naked in England?
Sometimes,
no.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean sometimes.
The weather's nice.
More averages to
do you guys have do you guys have nice weather in England? I heard it's always gray over there.
Yeah. Well, it depends on you.
Yeah, it's their favorite day of the year.
Well, one day the sun comes out.
To me, nice weather is cold and raining, so yeah, we have nice weather all the time.
Is that why you guys are such a miserable people? That's the part we're supposed to
No, it's
laugh.
because I'm a miserable people.
Nah, just jokes.
But
We all know that those are actually the Germans.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
either way, the world building itself, it feels very intuitive in a way. It's like, oh, okay, well, obviously, like the lions are king of the jungle. You
Kings of the Savannah.
I don't think you get enough to contradict. Well, yeah, but you don't get enough to contradict what you see, if you know what I mean. The lions are the kings. The wildebeest seem to be kind of vaguely subjects, but also potential food source. The
The
wildebeest
subjects.
leave after a scar.
Well, they explain it,
or
Rangi.
like all the
That why they eat their subjects, which is kind of a really funny thing to think about. It's like imagine any other story.
It is a kind of like self-serving excuse. Like, well, we eat them, but then when we die, we become grass. So we can eat them. Fuck it.
Yeah, it's like, well,
yeah,
we feed them
grass.
kind of in a way,
But,
very abstractly.
Well, no, but I do think the idea is the balance.
Yes, there's a theme of balance of nature.
Stuff like that. That's what they're trying to highlight.
Well, because under Mufasa there wasn't overhunting and like nature's balance was maintained, and then under Scar he just like let the hyenas like pillage the Pride Lands and like eat all the food, and then which I don't like. I get it's thematic storytelling, like atmospheric storytelling, why all the grass leaves, but wouldn't there be more grass if all the herbivores are gone?
No.
I mean, no.
Yeah.
Because there's not enough dead predators. Oh.
That's not. But that's not like exactly how that works.
That's not how they explained it. That's not how they explained it in the world building. The lions feed the grass. Remember?
Since the grass can't grow without dead lions.
Exactly.
Did they ever explain why the river runs dry when Scott takes charge?
No. To be fair, it's probably just.
I mean, it is just atmospheric and thematic storytelling.
They want a visual motif.
Oh yeah, and I'm completely fine with it. It's a fairy tale. Like you're allowed to do that in a fairy tale. It's really funny to think about. Scar becomes king, so it stops raining.
To say that the grass doesn't grow without dead lions. I think it's way funnier that way.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's how it works in real life too.
Well, yes, but
true.
But like,
that's why all countries import lions.
Well, I meant to say just like in general, yeah, the nutrients do go back into the soil, but like, yes, I like the funnier example that like grass cannot grow without dead lions. I think we're adding that to the monkey business lore.
Yeah, prove it wrong. I mean, find me a land without lion, but also that's never had lion, but also has grass.
Could you imagine?
You can't.
Like a science teacher, like teaching kids, this is how grass grows. So you take a lion and you murder it, and then the blood of the lion feeds the ground, and the grass grows from the corpse.
So first thing you have to do is take the ritual dagger and plunge it into the veins of a lion.
Maybe Scar was the good guy. The system's fucked up, man. Why don't we put her in charge? Anyway, I think that's it for world building. But
I think that's enough on world building.
But I'm glad we did establish that. Get that clarification out there that in the Lion King world, without dead lions, the grass cannot grow. Those are the rules. We didn't make them. We just had to do what we're given. All right, characters. So here, let me pull up the characters. there's actually a promotional image that has all the characters in it.
Hmm. And we can probably just talk about. Is it is it best to talk about all the characters or just
Well, we can
the ones we think are noteworthy?
well we can start
Yeah,
with the least worthy ones because Nala's mom, she has what, like a single line in the film or something like that.
I was gonna say Nala and Simba's moms are both kind of like irrelevant.
Yeah.
They're just vaguely like huntress lines that
Mhm.
don't really have much going on. And then I think maybe what we would probably be the hyenas and Zabu.
there's an
Zazu.
interesting film nerd note that the
No,
woman who
it's
as
Rafiki before those. Actually, he has less time.
Yeah,
there's an
go on, Art. I'll
there's
say that after.
there's an interesting film nerd note, which is that the woman who voices Simba's mother and Mufasa's mate is also the voice of the Queen in Coming to America, where she stars alongside James Earl Jones again as the king that she's married to.
Oh, that is pretty cool. I didn't know that.
Well, that is kind of a neat
And
little factor.
so Sarabi was played by Madge Sinclair, who's who we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
And then Serafina was played by Zoe Leader, who I'm sure it's her like one line in this film is the most fame she ever got. Um, and then the hyenas were kind of like celebrity. The hyenas were like kind of like the celebrity cameo kind of thing. Shenzi was Whoopi Goldberg. Bonsai was Cheech Martin from Cheech and Chong, and Ed was
Cheech Marine.
Hmm?
Cheech Marine.
Yeah, I said. Oh, my bad. Did I say Martin?
You did.
Whoopsie. But yeah, Cheech from Cheech and Chong, and then Ed was the laughing hyena was played by Jim Cummings, who does a lot of the Winnie the Pooh characters. He also go on.
They originally wanted Tommy Chong to
Mhm.
play the Whoopi Goldberg role.
Oh, so you have Cheech and Chong together.
Yeah, but Chong was unavailable.
Oh, okay. Oh, that would have been really cool. I'm kind of disappointed we didn't get that.
Yeah, I mean, because I haven't seen this film. I hadn't seen this film since 2001ish. So when I rewatched it, I was like, "Holy shit, that's Cheech! What the hell?"
Yeah, I thought it was. I recognized him too. Like, oh, that's weird. Because he has such a distinct voice.
It does.
It's interesting, right? Because as far as animated features go, this good point to move on to a duo that is also famous, which is Timon and Pumbaa. They are probably one of the biggest animated, kind of two of the biggest anime duos of all time.
Yeah, they're really famous. Like I would agree, they're like two of the most like when you think of like duo characters, they're up there in like the elite conversation.
Well, when you talk about TV shows, you always talk about the breakout character, and in this movie, they were the breakout characters.
Mm-hmm. Like that's why they got the spin-off movie, because they were everyone's favorite characters. They're based loosely off of Rothschultz and Gilderstein, I think their names are in Hamlet. They're like Hamlet's like two friends.
Guildenstern.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, even though I just read most of it, I couldn't remember how to pronounce their names. It was like jumbled up there. And then I guess
because there's the play Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead.
And they almost, it feels like they're almost like the societal outliers within this.
Yeah, they're hippies.
World. Yeah, they're the hippies on the outskirts of society.
I think
they're just kind of enjoying their lives.
I think if they would have got Cheech and Chong in here, I think a missed opportunity would have just have them play Timon and Pumbaa, like because they're like stoners.
I wonder if that was the idea. I'm wondering if that was the idea, and then they couldn't get both of them.
So they just made Cheech a hyena.
No, apparently the plan was always to have them be the hyenas.
Oh, okay.
Which is surprising.
Because they would have, I think they would have been a better fit for Timon and Pumbaa.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't have got Nathan Lane.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, Pumbaa was played by Ernie Sabella, and this is Pumbaa is his most famous role, from what I gathered, and he's
Yeah.
voiced Pumbaa in every single thing until the shitty Lion King remake. That was the first. I think he wanted to, and they said no. So get fucked, I guess. Modern Disney, everyone. um,
Yeah.
because he's really. I like it when actors are like really passionate about like a character that they play that they're famous for, and they want to do them and everything. Like Anthony Daniels for C-3PO, like every C-3PO and like a video game, animated movie doesn't matter. He voiced them. Um, yeah, and then Art was saying, Timon was played by Nathan Lane, who
A great Nathan Lane.
yeah, he's what else is he in? I'm drawing a blank. I know he's in a lot of stuff.
He's in The Birdcage, which is a great movie. He's in Mouse Hunt. He's in Stuart Little 1 and 2. He's in the Producers remake.
Stuart Little. I think I've seen that. But yeah,
He's in a great episode of Frasier.
I just know, as far as the role in the story, I feel like they're just Timon and Pumbaa are like the most important. Well, two of the most important characters in the story, I would say.
well, they
Um,
not only do they propel Simba on his arc, they're also kind of the ones standing in his way to fulfilling his next
yeah,
arc. They both
they're both the counterpoint
they're the
and kind
catalyst
of the
and the bottleneck, or they're the catalyst and the what's the thing you put in a wine bottle, the cork for his.
counterpoint. Yeah, the callus and the cork, I think, works
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
Um, and then Zazu is played by Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean
Ron
himself.
Atkinson.
Yeah.
Blackadder, more importantly.
Black Adam?
Blackadder.
Oh, the same. Which Black Adam did you watch? Can you imagine Mr. Bean as Black Adam instead of The Rock? That would have been awesome.
This could be a hot take probably, but Blackadder, which is his far superior television show.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's great.
Oh, I saw him
watch
as
it.
Johnny English. He was really good as Johnny English. You ever see Johnny English? Or Johnny English Reborn?
Only the first one. There's also a third one. Did we get the third one?
I thought there was only two.
No, there's Johnny English Strikes Again that came out in 2018.
Oh, that one's probably bad.
What makes you say that?
Because it came out after 2012. Generally, a rule of thumb:
Yeah.
if a film comes after 2012, it's probably bad.
True.
What was I gonna say? Who else is there? Oh, I forgot how many fucking actors there are for Simba and Nala. They each have 4.
Oh yeah, because the singer voices.
Yeah, they have a child voice, an adult voice, a adult singing voice, and a adult or child sing. Yeah, two of each for both life cycles. We'll get to those in a bit. But Rafiki was played by Robert Gillo Gualame.
Gilliam. I think
Gilliam.
it's pronounced Gilliam.
Okay,
But don't quote me on that.
got it. And Rafiki, I think he would be.
It's interesting, right? Because
Mhm.
well, he is the Yoda. He's kind of the Yoda. He is kind of the spiritual advisor. He's kind of the one who. He's kind of the one that points Simba in a direction, but he's also weird in that I wouldn't say he has as much. Doesn't have as much screen presence as Timon and Pumbaa, and he doesn't have as much.
Well, he's kind of isolated.
It's
All his
weird.
POV scenes, he's usually by himself. The only POV scene he has, because Simba's POV, when he meets him, he's in Simba's POV. But the later in the film, he's watching Timon, Pumbaa, and Nala, and then he informs them, of where
And
Simba went.
I think he has a brief part in the Timon and Pumbaa movie too. So
Okay, but yeah, Rafiki's kind of like the filler POV. It's not that like not in the sense that his scenes don't matter; they absolutely do. But like he kind of breaks up the Scar and Simba scenes. Um, but anyway, art he would be Horatio, right? That'd be probably the character he's based off of in Hamlet.
Yeah, I think so.
Because Horatio is kind of like the scholar character.
Yeah,
Um, so yeah, I think that's the Hamlet counterpoint.
I mean, I guess the
Because I'm almost done Hamlet.
well, not
I've yet to
quite.
come across a more fitting character than Horatio. It seems to be the probably the template there.
Well, I was just trying to think of the scene where he talks to Simba, and Simba's like, "My father's dead." It's kind of their version of the poor Yorick. I knew him well.
Well, because also Horatio is the one who informs Hamlet of his ghost, his father's ghost, and Rafiki
Yeah,
does the same thing. But
yes,
so I think that is he is the Horatio character. Like he comes the Simba slash Hamlet, and then like says like, like your father wants to talk to you, and like my father's dead, and it's like no no no, not in the way you think. Here come follow me. Magic's about to happen.
yeah.
But yeah, so he would be the Horatio character, and then Mufasa obviously is the king based off the king in Hamlet, and then James, the legendary James Earl Jones, and he doesn't have any singing in this whole movie, which I was surprised when I rewatched it. I thought he would be in one of the songs, but he's not.
Nah, he's too cool for song.
He's too cool to sing. Do you know Scar? Jeremy Irons actually did like 90% of the singing. It's just
I did know that.
Jim Cummings just kind of like did some highlighting and like uh, I don't know exactly where in the song. I re-listened to it before we did the podcast.
It's the very end high notes,
Okay,
or high notes, but be prepared. That part.
gotcha. But yeah, yeah, because
Irons, Jeremy Irons initially turned down the part.
really,
Yeah.
I can't imagine this film about him. He's like the best. Him and James Earl Jones are the best voice actors.
Well, they also considered the following names: Tim Curry, Malcolm McDowell, Alan Rickman, Patrick Stewart, and Ian
Oh,
McKellen.
Alan Rickman would have been pretty good.
Tim
If it
Curry.
didn't go to Jeremy
Um,
Irons, I would have wanted Alan Rickman.
I would have wanted Tim Curry.
Yeah, Ian,
Space.
Ian McKellen would have been interesting.
Yeah, Ian McKellen would have. Malcolm McDowell.
Patrick
He's probably a
Stewart,
bit
I don't think. I
too.
think he's too much of like a good guy character or good guy actor.
Yeah. Rowan Atkinson, by the way, also turned that down the
Zazu,
role. Yeah, he also turned it down initially.
interesting. But but yeah. So Nala, her adult voice actress was Maria
Moira Kelly.
Kelly, and then the adult
Moira.
singing was Sally Dvorsky.
Damn it, I am.
Yeah.
Moira Kelly.
Oh, God, but I must have been blind when I wrote these.
Now we know where Mandy went when she went to Mandyville.
Yeah, where my eyes went. Nikita Kalame as the child Nala, Laura Williams as child singing Nala, Matthew Broderick, which I did not realize until I looked up who, because he doesn't really have a recognizable voice in my opinion.
All right, but yeah, I recognise it straight away.
I guess
That's the
in
Broderick.
retrospect, I totally see it. Just I didn't really catch it when I watched it.
Which is interesting because he would be in the Felicity remake with Nathan Lane.
Mm. Art, art has always got good fun facts for me. You'd be good at that game with like the 6 degrees of separation.
Me and my friends do that game. They will give me two random actors.
Mm-hmm.
I link them up.
Yeah, I figured you'd be good at that game. And then Joseph Williams is the adult singing. Jonathan Taylor Thomas was child Simba, and then Jason Weaver was child singing. Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas, who is most famous for being on Home Improvement,
Oh, interesting.
and also was at, I think it was at WrestleMania 10.
The more you know. All right. I'm gonna go get some water, so I'll let you guys. Now we introduced all the
Well,
characters.
Rangi's not here either.
Wait, Rangi left? I should have known. It was
He's
too
gonna get his
quiet.
dinner.
All right.
Okay, Jeremy Irons and James Earl Jones are great in the movie. Jonathan Taylor Thomas, not so much.
What about Matthew Broderick?
It's in my notes. He's fine. I've also got Nathan Lane is awesome, and then in brackets, shocker. Nathan Lane is
I'm back.
always awesome.
I'm
Do you
back.
agree
Sorry
with what
about
I
that.
just said?
No, yeah, he's good. What about Rafiki's
I was
voice
also
actor?
Rangi. He's good too.
Yeah,
I like him.
He does a lot. He does a good job. My favorite line in the film is "You are a baboon and I am not," because most people probably were confused about that line because most people thought Rafiki was a baboon because most people don't know what a mandrill is, and the line
They all look
is
the same to me personally.
the line is like literally saying, well, he's calling like Simba a fool. He's like, "You're a fool, I'm not," but he's also saying, "I'm not a baboon" because he's a mandrill. So I like that
He is
line.
a mandrill.
Mm.
Anyway, I'm gonna get some
Rowan
water.
Atkinson is not so good
Mm-hmm.
as the character that he plays. That his name I can't remember. Dazu.
Oh yeah, yes. All right, I'll be right back to discuss the characters while I'm gone.
All right. So who haven't we talked about then at this point? It's what gonna be like Simba and Scar?
Well, we ran through the voice actors, but yeah, we haven't really talked about Simba or Scar or Nala.
Well, Nala, she's kind of simplistic. She's simplistic, but she's deceptively simplistic in that I think the idea of her is really simple. I don't know the voice actor, so I'll leave that to you.
Moira Kelly.
Moira Kelly, has she done anything else of prominence?
She was in Twin Peaks: Fire Walk with Me. She was in Chaplin. She was in The West Wing season 1.
Okay. Okay, so she's had a career outside of this. All right.
Yeah.
But in this specifically, I think Nala is very important well, for one thing, she is like the main thing that pulls Simba from from kind of Timon and Pumbaa's perspective into the like, no, but you have to kind of lock in. Look, as much as I want to say, it kind of inhabits the meme of men have two modes: dilly dally and lock in. But she is actually kind of the main motivation for Simba to like return. She's like, I would say she has a bigger narrative importance in that too, compared to Rafiki. In fact, not only that, but like it's particularly interesting. You have almost the surrogate. I guess you could say the surrogate parental force that is Timon and Pumbaa, and this is also illustrated a lot more in the 1.5 uh, of the movie, the Timon and Pumbaa perspective.
The Timon and Pumbaa cut.
Yes, but basically, like, it is literally like the woman who like kind of motivates the male character into action.
Yeah, she's the
I won't call her damsel in distress because she's not like actively in distress, but she is the woman that kind of motivates the man into like the higher ideals because she clearly has those higher ideals. She believes that Simba, you are the king. You should be the
I think
king.
she also shows how influential Mufasa is because we see him teaching Simba later on, you can see that even she's taken on a lot of his ideals.
Yes, she absolutely has. Well, because she definitely details the same kind of ideals. It's like, no, you were born to be this. You were raised to be this. This is what you are. This is your duty. Like that is kind of like her main thing, and she doesn't do it as heavy-handed. She does it in a in a womanly way, I would say. Like um,
Yeah,
she does kind of seduce him into it.
Rangi, who you seducing?
yeah.
We're
Why you
talking about
seducing
Nala.
me?
Well, yeah, but we're talking about Nala.
Yeah, him seducing me is immaterial to the fact that we're talking about Nara.
Yeah. Well, let's ignore the nudes I'm sending her.
Yeah, I wish I could.
So you can't ignore them.
No, I get a notification every time one comes through. I was talking about how we should hashtag release the Timon and Pumbaa Cup.
Well, we did.
Oh yeah, right, we did.
So which characters should we go over?
We're up to Nala, so I believe the main two we have left to talk about is Scar and Simba.
All right. Wow, you talked about all those characters while I was gone. I was gone for like 30 seconds.
Well, who else is
we
left?
talked about some of the others whilst we were talking about the voice actors.
That's true.
Yeah, because I think we've talked about most of the characters' roles already. So
The most important character is Nal's mom, and her name is
Jimmy.
Sam Hyde.
Seraphina.
Correct. Rangi's correct.
That's like
Rangi's correct. It's Sam Hyde.
That should be like a 500-point Jeopardy question. Who plays Nala's? What is the name of Nala's mom in The Lion King?
That should be the final Jeopardy question.
Yeah, dude, that's actually like
I will still answer.
like she's the one character. Like, if you would ask me to name all the Lion King characters, like I could probably get all of them except for that. Like just off the top of my head. There's only 13 characters, and like 12 of them are pretty memorable.
What's Simba's mother's name?
Sarabi.
All right. What's the name of the three hyenas?
It's Ed.
You got the easy one.
It's Ed. Bonsai.
Yeah.
Bonsai is one of them.
Ed Bonsai. Fuck. What's Whoopi Goldberg's character? It begins with an S, right?
Started with an S, I think.
It does begin with an S.
Okay, Ed Bonsai, and it's like Sylvil?
No.
Sarabi? Something like that.
What was
it was Shenzi.
Shenzi. Oh fuck! It was Shenzi, Bonsai.
Yeah,
and
she's
Ed.
the only one with like a weirdly made name.
What? Bonsai is a pretty weird name.
Yeah,
Bonsai's a weird name, but Bonsai is like a name that like people in the West would recognize.
Exactly.
As a thing. Yeah, exactly. It's like she's one of the ones that's not got like a standard name that also isn't like intuitive, you know?
Okay, fine.
Like Simba is intuitive.
I should not have Googled this.
What?
I googled Shenzi to find out the meaning, and it came up with like a preview of the images. Not good.
It's like NSFW stuff.
Oh no!
Oh, I should
well,
never
the
have
moment
done
I hear
that.
images, I'm like, oh no, is it Rule 34?
Yeah.
I assume it is. Oh, okay.
I can go get one if you want to see.
No.
No, I know. I know. I believe you. I don't need to see it.
I don't think Rangi believes me. I need to...
Alright, well, if you must DM him, I don't want to see that shit. I'm not YMS. There's been so much YMS slander on this stream, holy shit.
Well, yeah, look, YMS is into the lions. I don't know if he's into the hyenas. So,
Close enough. They're carnivores that live in Africa. Anyway, let's get this shit show back on track. So who we have left?
The Scar.
You know what terrified me? I got a Discord notification right after you said DM him. I was really worried it was gonna be our
Uh,
No,
It was not. It was not. But
everyone listen.
that.
Anyone who listens to this part of the stream is gonna be like, it's a terrible day to have ears.
Oh, it usually is.
Well, you know, there's a easy solution to that. You have a knife near you at any given time.
I'm not Vincent Van Gogh.
No, you're not. But maybe some of the chatters.
Save image.
No. Hey.
Oh, no. Why are you saving that image, George? You have something to.
I need to. The ship is
File.
sinking. The ship is sinking. I must save it.
Send to
I was gonna
Rangi.
say, to be fair, I have seen some degenerate stuff in my time on the
Yeah, this
internet.
isn't actually
It's
that
gonna shock
degenerate,
me.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, it's not. No, that's about it. Yeah, that's just your general furry art. Okay. I've seen worse.
You know,
The
sometimes.
Scar.
Do you think God sometimes stays in heaven because he too fears what he's created?
Oh, we need
Yeah.
we need to do Spy Kids movies at some point.
We should. See. Sometimes I think furries, and I think, you know what? I think there should be another flood. I don't think we killed enough the first time.
Well, ignoring the furries for now. Let's get into what it's.
Well, it's
is
tough because
Scar
this is like their favorite movie. This is like the furries mecca.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is not Zootopia. What do you mean?
Oh, you're right. This was their mecca until Zootopia came along and surpassed it.
So, do we go into Scar or do we go into Simba?
So we only have Scar and Simba left.
Yeah, we kind of talked about Nala. She's kind of like the motivating factor for Simba, but I don't think she gets too much like actual like character. Well, she does.
She's more of a
clearly
character
more
when she's a
ideological.
kid. When she's a kid, she's more of a character.
I actually disagree. She comes across as more ideological when she's an adult.
Well, I think she's just kind of like, she's already grown up and Simba hasn't yet. It's kind of the point of her character.
Absolutely, like she has, and she probably struggled more like long term. Well, Simba had like the trauma dumps, and then he like retreated.
Well, yeah, he the trauma kind of forced him into perpetual childhood. Is what kind of happened. It was fostered by Timon and Pumbaa.
I think we just go into Simba because it feels like natural to talk about.
And what did you guys talk about Timon and Pumbaa? Just kind of like that they were like the.
Oh, they're hippie kind of. Well, so the joke is they're the hippie gay couple. I don't know if I would call them a couple, but.
I mean,
actually,
Timon does wear drag.
I was gonna say also, I'm the only one who's seen the Timon and Pumbaa perspective movie. I think of this group.
If I have, it's been a long time ago.
They're kind of. I wouldn't call them a gay couple, but they're definitely heterosexual life partners, if you know what
Like Jane and Silent Bob.
Yeah. They're at least that, and they actually do have like a parental jealousy when Nala comes into perspective in that movie.
What happened to the term just best friends? Like, is that no longer a thing we can just say?
No. Well, because they're basically step parents. They are basically Simba's step parents, and that movie actually kind of almost solidifies that. Like, they go out of their way. Isn't that like
basically how 2.5 Men is, right? Isn't it like they're two brothers who like take care of their sister's kid or something?
No,
I've never seen that.
Is he one of their kids?
2.5 Men is, yeah, he's John Crye's kid, and he divorces from his wife, and they move into the brother's
Well, but
house.
that's why I said they're probably more closely like heterosexual life partners. They don't. There's no like
I've
romantic.
never heard of that term before today, but you learn something new every day.
Well, yeah. It's like the what do you call it? Jay and Silent Bob, or like
Yeah, that's actually how
what
they
are the two
explain it.
magicians?
That's actually how they explain their relationship in the James and Bob movies, heterosexual life, mate.
What are the two magicians are? You're gonna
Oh,
know.
Penn and Teller?
Yes, Penn and Teller. That's who I was thinking. Or the two MythBuster guys.
Oh, what are they named? Jamie and
Uh,
Adam?
It's Jamie and Adam. Yes, yes. It's just like two guys that kind of like they're not gay, but they do their lives do kind of revolve around each other. Or
They're
two
gay.
girls.
Yeah, they're gay adjacent.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
not. There's no like romantic or sexual like thing there, but they are like heavily involved best friends.
So besties for life.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They're heterosexual life partners.
You keep saying that. It's so I'm like I get it. I just find it just to be an odd term.
I know. I'm repeating it because I know you. It makes you laugh.
It's just I feel like we just put like these crazy labels on just like normal things. Like it's just best friends for life is like I feel like not like an atypical thing. And they just stay roommates. Like I mean, okay, it's not that
I
crazy.
know, but it's a funny label for it. Okay.
Fair.
Uh,
And then
it's
what
funny because I'm trolling in the chat, but you can't see it.
release the Timon and Pumbaa cut. Iron's looking for heterosexual life partner. Reply below. Goddamn.
No, no,
This
he's
will be the
looking. He's
first and
looking.
last monkey business podcast.
No, I think this has gone extremely well, but
We've gotten better.
let's
Um,
get into that. How long do you have, Iron?
um, another hour.
Be asking
Okay.
me that question.
How long do you have, Iron?
I don't know, but it is 4 a.m.
Okay, but you don't sleep anyway.
That's true.
All right.
That's a
Well,
good point. He's got me there.
But let's get a leg on here with Simba. So, how do you guys feel about Simba's character? Do you want to bother going into casting and stuff like that?
we already did casting.
Well, we did mention that Matthew Broderick is the voice of the older Simba, and Jonathan Taylor Thomas is the younger Simba.
All right. Well, we can just get into characters now. I really like Simba's character journey. He's kind of the
It's a lot more likable than
spoiled
Hamlet.
prince in the beginning.
Hamlet's just
where
kind of a
he-
prick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. And he has this idea of like what power is gonna be, what being the king is gonna be, and then his illusions are shattered, and then he kind of eventually gets to the idea of responsibility, which is kind of explained to him by Mufasa already.
Mm-hmm. And you guys already discussed Mufasa.
Did we discuss Mufasa actually? We can probably go into a little bit of a Mufasa tangent. Mufasa is kind of the wisest king that's already existed.
Yeah, he already learned his trials and tribulations from his father, and now
I
he's
think
trying to pass
his
them on
scenes
to
where he's
Simba.
mentoring.
Yep.
I think his scenes where he's mentoring Simba are probably my favorite in the movie.
Yeah, they're really strong.
Oh, definitely. No. It's a very strong dad energy with Mufasa. I think it's one of my favorite dynamics in like the early Disney stuff. If I had to say off the top of my head.
Well, he kind of
He's
also learns different lessons from different characters and their like views in the world. He learns lessons from his father. He learns lessons in a way from his uncle. He learns lessons from his girlfriend. He learns lessons from his best friends, and then he learns lessons from Rafiki, who's basically like a priest. So like all these different people in his lives like teach him different lessons to help him become a more realized man.
Yeah, because obviously, like Mufasa is kind of the idealized version
king.
of what he could. The ideal of a king that he's approaching, but obviously
Humble,
there's a failing
noble,
with Mufasa.
wise.
Yeah, but there's a failing of Mufasa, obviously, because like he did still trust Scar.
Yeah, he thought
But
the familial bonds between them would be enough, even though he knew Scar was sketchy and jealous and petty. He just didn't think he would go that far, which was his own undoing.
This guy is perfidious,
Yes.
yep.
and Mufasa doesn't.
Yeah, I find it particularly interesting, right? Because Simba goes from essentially the arrogant youth. He is the
Mhm.
arrogant prince
And Zazu
archetype.
tries and fails to teach him that lesson during I Can't Wait to Be King. He's Zazu's that whole point of the song is him trying to bestow wisdom and failing, and then his father does it correctly later.
But I also think that is a lesson that can't fully be taught unless you have experience, you know? Like,
Yeah, and he gained that experience in the Elephant Graveyard, or at least a taste of it, of like real life experience.
yeah, because, yeah, Simba's view is like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna be king and it's all gonna be good. And then he's, like, suddenly, like, slapped with reality. And then, like, when you get into the, the gorge,
Mm-hmm.
what is it? Is there a specific name for the gorge? Or you
The
know what I'm
the
talking about
valley,
before the stampede.
the
It's
valley.
like Scar almost is like, yeah, no, your roar isn't particular. It's like it feels like that's a point where Simba's like looking for what the difference is between him and his dad,
Mm-hmm.
and Scar kind of points him to the superficial
Mm-hmm.
because it suits Scar's goals.
Yeah.
And then after that, he does the roar, you get all the gorge stuff. He blames himself and he's like, okay, I'm just a fuck up. And then he lands with these other fuck ups,
Mm-hmm.
who are kind of like step parents
And but the difference
in that
is
way.
they embrace the carefree lifestyle where Simba has to learn kind of how to not Simba has to
Yeah,
kind of
and then
learn how to be his own person, which I think he him learning how to be his own person before becoming king actually makes him a better king, because I think he was shaping up to kind of be of like an arrogant king, and then like him getting humbled over and over again
yeah,
made him a better man or better lion.
but well, but it also gave him like the it also gave him the viewpoint of the common man in a
Mm-hmm.
sense, the common, or at least the common animal,
Mm-hmm.
uh, where like for example, he knows like how Timon and Pumbaa think, and they are kind of the common.
Mm-hmm.
They are kind of the common. I wouldn't call them working class, but they're like they are not. I wouldn't call them the lowest of society. They have like a decent life, but
Mm-hmm.
they're still like going out and finding that it's like a more relaxed, less responsible view
Mm-hmm.
where a lot of the viewpoint he was getting presented with was like hyper responsibility, and I feel like almost the theme comes down to this. It's like with Simba, at least, it is the balance of responsibility and the carefreeness
Mm-hmm.
of life.
Yeah.
But in general, with Simba's arc, I think that Timon and Pumbaa teach him kind of what the average person cares about.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Also, I wanted to point out something before I forgot. They changed Simba's eye color throughout the film.
I noticed that. Yeah,
Yeah, he has orange eyes as a kid, and then he has red eyes as an adult, which I thought
That's
was. I
interesting.
think it's because it matches the color palette better. Because like he has like a more orangey hue. I mean, he still does, but now he has the red mane when he's an adult. So like the eyes match the mane, whereas the the
It
yellow.
seems like an artistic thing.
Yeah, it's just people's eye colors, as far as I know, don't change like that. But fair enough. Um, yeah, I think definitely
Mm.
next time condensing some of these, because even though you can go more into depth with all these different topics, I think there's just not enough time to give each of them the amount of time they would deserve. So I think maybe cutting some topics for next time would be a good idea.
Okay. Where are we cutting? And well, are we? Do we want to split this movie into separate? I don't think we do. I think we want to
No, I think we just
continue on.
power through, because I think part of the reason I wanted to do this is I think it's just because I think the conversation flows more organically, because like, I mean, again, something to do with next time is maybe not go as much of
Oh,
a rigid
I
order.
like it. I like this a lot more.
Hmm.
I like this a lot more than the series by series thing. But we can call it, put a pin in Simba. Maybe we can do a brief thing about Scar. What are our general thoughts on Scar?
Well, he's kind of the evil
He's the
uncle
best character
archetype,
in the movie.
and yes, that too. I fucking love Scar. Scar
Yes,
and Rafiki are my two favorite characters.
he is, because he is the best character in the movie. I agree, but he's also the most understandable and quickly understandable. He is the brother who's always seen his. He is the person who's always seen his brother be the praised one. He is the neglected son.
Well, he
He
also thinks he
is.
deserves it more because he thinks he's smarter, and in a way he is. But like, his own cunning is kind of his undermines him because he's has no backbone.
Yeah. He has no backbone, but also like he has no. He doesn't. So he has the ambition, but he doesn't have the drive to like just be outright. He feels like if Scar was less underhanded and more like, no, I can be a better king than you. I'm gonna just show it through my performance in my role that's been assigned.
Well, that doesn't really work. That's the kind of the point. Like in Hamlet, the brother thinks he'd be a better king too, but like you don't get to be king because like it's a hierarchy or a fuck, what's the term for like blood passage of heir of succession? I guess that's the term, right?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I
succession.
guess maybe
Because
that's
he would
kind of
never get to
part of
be
a.
king. That's why he kills Mufasa and Simba. Because even if he was a better man, like he wouldn't get to be king because it's not his role to be king.
In a way, I feel like he has that feeling that that is the case,
Well,
and
he feels like he would be a better king, and he's gonna kill to do it because
Yeah,
he's a
'cause
narcissist.
he would have
yeah, he's a
tried to.
narcissist.
He would have. He would have tried to kill Mufasa eventually, but Simba being born just moves his timetable up.
Yeah, because now he's not next in line anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like, well, no, he has to account for an extra variable that he wasn't able to account for before.
Also, he has to act quickly or relatively quickly because the older he gets, the weaker he'll get, and the older Simba gets, the stronger he'll get. Because like Mufasa's older than Scar, so Scar could just kind of could originally just play the waiting game, wait for Mufasa to get too old to fight back. Whereas Scar now has the same problem he
Well,
once faced or was waiting for. Like now Mufasa has an heir, he needs to take care. He has to eliminate both of them, and he does it in one
I,
fell swoop.
there's there's always been like an air I got of Scar though, where part of it was like I think he was okay being number two, but he doesn't want to
I
be number
disagree.
3 or 4.
I
Well,
disagree.
no. He had a resentment, but it was like a resentment he could tolerate. You know.
No, I disagree. I think,
Well, he
I
could
think,
tolerate in the short term, I would say rather.
well, yeah, he was biding his
Where
time, but I think the only difference is the urgency increased. I think he always hated being in Mufasa's shadow. I don't think he was ever okay with being number two.
Oh
He wants to be
no, no,
king.
I agree with that, but I think in general, I think he would have. I think that it comes across as almost like a, oh yes, I'm living in my brother's shadow, but he's going to fuck up eventually,
But that doesn't what get himself killed. Like it
and
doesn't.
then I can like take advantage of that, and then like
But
it just didn't
what do you
happen.
mean by that, Rangi? Like he legally can't become king unless Mufasa dies. It's not like you can like campaign become king. That's not how this works. So unless
I think
Mufasa
Does
it's
it
gets
right.
not?
himself killed, Scar can't be king.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't feel like this kingdom has as much of a legal bearing as it does like
They talk about
whoever
it
people
constantly. They talk
recognize.
about the line of succession throughout the entire movie.
No, no, they do, but it still feels. But then Sky is still able to claim kingship
Yeah,
even
because
after.
because they think Mufasa and Simba's dead, which makes him the rightful king. If those two are dead, that's how that works.
Yeah, but I don't know. More what I'm talking about is before Simba was born. It's kind of like, okay, well, my older brother is like, he's more impulsive. I'm obviously more careful. It's He's gonna get himself killed
I
and
don't. I
I'm
think
gonna
you're.
be king.
I don't. I don't. Do you see that? I don't really see that in the film.
No,
No, I
no,
think
this is me kind of characterizing them. I think that's what it was, and
I
then Simba was born,
I
and then it was like, fuck.
I just don't see where you're
I
getting that from.
my read of it has always been that Scar was always going to have a plan to get
Oh, yeah, I
Mufasa
agree with that.
killed, and then once Simba's born, he's like, okay, I can't play the long game anymore. I need
Yeah, the longer he
to
waits, the
do
harder it's
this
Yeah,
gonna
now.
be.
that's kind of what I think.
I
It's a case of
I just think it moves the timetable
I
up.
think Mufasa was a lot more impulsive.
Well, you keep saying that
And
all Mufasa's ever been portrayed as is like the wise and uh like king
Yeah,
who.
but I think I can agree with Rangi that from Scar's point of view, he thinks he's smarter and
Well, yeah, he thinks he's
wiser
more.
than
He thinks he's
Mufasa.
more clever and intelligent than Mufasa. And he thinks Mufasa's like it's the brains versus brawn thing. But like, I don't get where this
I
impulsive has
think
nothing to do with
the
well,
intelligence.
no. I'm self-inserting into
Yeah, but I'm saying based off
Scar.
of
I'm
what
trying to like put myself in his
what
I
context.
think
textual
the
evidence
biggest
though. Like
I think the biggest clue that Scar had always planned to kill Mufasa eventually is the fact that he has the relationship already with the hyenas.
no, I agree,
Yeah.
but I just don't. Rangi keeps emphasizing Mufasa's impulsiveness. I don't see where he's getting that from. Like even
Oh
from
no
Scar's
no.
POV.
I'm inserting it from Scar's
Yeah,
POV. I
but from
think that,
what? What in the movie gives you that inclination? I don't see it.
oh man, I think he knew Mufasa would act on certain circumstances,
But that's not
and
impulsive. Impulsive. That's reasonable reactions. Like his son's in danger, so he
but
goes and tries to save him. That's not impulsive. That's like what he would do as a father.
well, yeah, but I think Scar would see it as impulsiveness.
I guess I don't know. I mean, like, it's fine to think that. I just think it's conjecture. Like,
To be fair, I'm not. You might I might be convinced otherwise at this point. Now I've talked about it.
I mean, like it's. I don't think
'Cause
there's
I'm not
anything wrong
even
with thinking that. I
quite.
just don't see where you got like because like there's like I'm not saying there's anything that contradicts what you said from Scar's POV.
It was basically like a spur of the moment like impression I got. Not like a highly thought out.
No, yeah, I'm not judging you for you. I was just curious because like I just don't know
Yeah.
where anywhere in the film that
That's
would
why
lead
I'm
you to
saying
that.
I'm just willing to like take the L on that specifically,
Well, I don't even think there's like that's like a.
but I do feel like
I kind of hate that mindset. Like they're like you like taking the
I think
L. Like
I
I was
was
just trying to understand where you were
no,
getting that.
wait. I think there was a different impulse I was leaning on, and I just leaned on kind of the wrong idea. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, no, because I mean, Scar definitely thinks Mufasa has his fallings. Like he doesn't think he's intelligent. He thinks he'd do a better job. He thinks he'd be a better king. It's just that like I just don't think impulsive is the right word because Mufasa seems to be nothing but
Yes, absolutely.
what's the word? What's the opposite of impulsive? Restrained. Restrained would probably be a good word because like Mufasa
If
does show restraint
if
constantly throughout the
anything,
film.
maybe
Like
yeah.
honestly, Mufasa's biggest fault probably is he showed too much restraint with Scar. He probably should have expelled him from the pack or killed him. Because I think there's like I think Scar got his scar from trying to fight Mufasa for control of the pack and lost. I think that's like the backstory, like that's alluded to.
Yeah, either way, though, what I meant more was there's clearly resentment
Mm-hmm.
with Gar, and you could probably point to personality, and you could probably point to physical, like, situation,
Oh yeah, he's
you know?
jealous that he doesn't have his brother's physique. He's the he's the weaker lion of the two.
Yeah, absolutely, and
And then
it's
Simba
very
grows up to be
clear.
like Mufasa, like he's built like him. Like, which I actually like that payoff in the end, where like Sarabi and Scar both think he's Mufasa, like back from the grave.
And are almost freaked out about that.
Well, Scar cowers in fear, like Mufasa, like it's like the one person who scared him. 'Cause
All right, and since we're on Scar at the moment, I guess I can talk about that too. Like Scar is the MVP of the movie. We all seem to agree with that.
I like Rafiki better, but Scar is my second favorite.
Oh no, but what I mean is I think he's probably one of the best like defined characters of the movie.
Well, yeah, I mean
I think it.
he's the second most amount of screen time after Simba.
Yeah,
Yep,
but I think he's
and
Hmm?
got he's. I think he's got slightly more depth than
Well, that's kind
yes,
of
he
the point, right?
definitely
Like
does.
Scar's already set in his ways and is a fully fleshed character, where Simba's kind of a blank slate at the start, and he doesn't really become a fully realized character until the end of the movie. So like the whole thing is him learning to kind of become a character. So this is kind of the point they're going with
I
Oh,
that.
actually
well, you get a lot of other things with Scar. I think that you don't have enough time or enough opportunity to get with Simba.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Art?
I was just going to say, I think it's also helped by the fact that I think Jeremy Irons is way better in this movie than Jonathan Taylor Thomas or Matthew Broderick.
Well, yeah, well, Jeremy Irons is.
Not fair too.
I don't think Jeremy Irons has ever given a bad performance. I can't think of one.
I was gonna say I agree with that too. It's like the performances are generally better, but also like you see kind of Scar as lower point with the beginning of the movie, and you see Scar at his higher point, and you even see Scar at like the point where things are already beginning to fail with with the stuff about like there is no the all the herds have moved on.
Well,
We've run out of dead lions to make
yeah,
more grass.
yes. But it goes to show that Scar's he was very short sighted in his goals, right? Like he thought that like they could eat like kings and like they could just feast like he thought Mufasa had too much restraint, which is again opposite of impulsive. And then when they all feast to their heart's content, surprise, surprise, there's no more food. Didn't think of that, Mr. Smart Lion, did you? I guess it's just kind of like the abundance of food was just always so available that like you don't think that it's ever gonna run out until it does.
Yeah, yeah. It's literally like it's literally the privileged noble being faced with like, oh, but the common folk don't get what you do, and it's like, what do you mean the common folk don't get what I do?
I guess
We have
I
to
guess
meet
the
animals.
hyenas would be the common folk, right? Because all the lions are royalty.
Oh no, even the common lion doesn't get what he does. So
Common lion, there's
The
there's only like 8 of them.
the hyenas are the brown
well,
shirts.
yeah, that's what I mean. But the lions are the ones that are doing supposed to do the hunting.
Yeah, the women do the
It's like,
hunting, and the men sit back and rule, and protect the
you
babies that they will kill if they feel threatened by them. That's the fucked up thing about
okay,
lions.
well, we're not highlighting that point specifically because the movie doesn't. But
The movie hides the truth.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
was
a
gonna say
realistic
that.
Lion King Mufasa would try to kill Simba as Simba singing "I Can't Wait to Be King." Mufasa would go,
I
"Rawr!"
want that. I want that movie.
James Earl Jones just eats Simba.
Yeah, do it. Make the R-rated Lion King.
Mufasa just like bites Simba's head off. And Scar's like, "Oh fuck, I'm getting out of here." But yeah,
No. In general, it is kind of just. I think we got the impression across as of Scar's mentality. I think like Scar is like he's the opportunistic younger sibling that never got the chance to shine, and swears he would do better.
Ah,
yeah,
he's
that's
literally me for real.
it's a pretty well trodden archetype for a reason. It's a pretty good one. That's one of my favorite archetypes. The spurned younger brother. It
Yeah.
almost always makes for a fascinating character. But let's move on to conflicts. So there's two conflicts in this film, and we don't have to go on it for too long because we kind of
A
touched
lot
upon
of
the
it,
both already.
yeah, I was gonna say a lot of it's covered with what we talked about, which is interesting. But yeah,
Yeah,
let's go over them.
yeah, the external conflict is the coup at the beginning of the movie where he kills Mufasa and uh, botched his assassination on Simba, which again shows that how spineless Scar is because he didn't even have it in him to kill a baby lion. He had to have his henchmen do it for him. Um, and then the external conflict leads to the internal conflict of Simba's crisis of who he needs to be and who he is. That gets resolved with his conversations with primarily Rafiki, who kind of gives him and his father and the cloud
It's
vision.
Rafiki, his father, and Nala.
Yeah. Well, Nala's kind of the one that pushes him into having to really face his inner conflict because he was just ignoring it in the comfort zone of
Wait,
Timon and Pumbaa, and then Nala challenges him, which causes them
like,
to reflect. Yep.
because Nala is when his past first shows back up.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
return of
yeah,
his past. That's like the
exactly.
symbolism of that.
Nala is not only a return of his past, but it's also like the force that forces him forward.
Yeah, it's the return of the past and the push into the future he needs to face because it's all cyclical, right? Like the ignoring the past prolongs the inevitable of and it makes like the snowball grow bigger of the future he now must face because the longer he waits to face his past, the worse the past confrontation will be, kind of thing. That builds. And then he eventually, after being pushed to contemplate what he must do from to be or not to be, right? From Nala, then Rafiki comes in like, hey, let me show you this. You're lost, but I can help you out here. And then he guides him on a spiritual journey to convene with the ghost of his father. And I just love. It's probably my favorite line from James Earl Jones is Simba, remember who you are. Just the way he says it, it's just like it sticks my head every time.
States become like a cultural touchstone
Oh,
for
for
a
sure.
reason.
Yeah, and then Black Panther ripped it off. Remember that? Did you see Black Panther art?
Yeah,
Remember the Lion King scene in it?
yeah. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Well, it's kind of like the whole the copy of a copy, right? Like the more you copy an idea, usually the worse it gets if you don't add innovation to it. Like because Lion King copies Hamlet, but it gives its own unique flair and like meaning to it. And then Black Panther copies Lion King's copying of Hamlet, but forgets to innovate like Lion King did. And it's just like a dull copy of what Lion King did, just just less impact.
Much less.
Yeah, I'm like because when I was
There's
seeing
also a conflict between Timon and Pumbaa, by the way.
yeah, because Pumbaa wants to help uh, Simba, and Timon's more naturally selfish and just wants he he wants to see what's in it for him first, and Pumbaa is more selfless and just wants to help his friend.
Yeah, basically.
All right, well those are kind of like the conflicts, and then again, like I said, we can workshop some of this later because um, and with stories of more moving parts, the more categories will help. But like Lion King is one of those things where it's not very wide, but it's pretty deep. You know what I mean? Like there's not a lot going on, but like the amount you can glean from everything going on is pretty pretty deep. That's kind of how I view this movie. But so kind of just the overall plot of Lion King. Like obviously it's Hamlet, but like what do you guys think of like the overall plot? Do you like it better in Hamlet? Do you think it should have uh, done its own thing more? Like what are you guys thinking?
Well, obviously, I haven't seen Hamlet or read
Oh,
Hamlet,
I keep forgetting that.
so I don't have that angle. But like I said, this is one of like the most influential stories in my own life.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, I have to go off that
Mm-hmm.
and that energy and just in general. I'm sorry. This plot is also like just particularly good. Like it is literally like the jealous. So on Scar's level, we have it's the jealous younger brother taking advantage of of his situation and trying to like scheme for power.
He
You
stages a
have
coup and he
for
commits a fratricide. Would it be a fratricide and regicide? Like would you give it
Yeah.
labels?
And an assassination, a premeditated
Yes, a
assassination.
premeditated assassination, which which results in a coup because he committed fratricide, which is also happened to be regicide. Look at all these wonderful terms. There's so many terms for murder.
Yeah.
Anyway,
not
sorry, Rangi, I
enough.
cut you off.
Not enough. We need 10 more terms for murder.
Well, Shakespeare
But
invented half of them.
I'm gonna come up with, I'm gonna commit a rankicide later. So.
Oh, there we go. Rangicide. I like that.
you know what? I don't even
That's
blame
where you
you.
kill a
Kill
weeb.
me. Yes.
All right, we're adding that to the monkey business lore. That's dead lions feed grass and rangicide. Those are uh, those are the lore. We're putting it into the lore Bible.
Well, yeah, no, no. As far as the plot goes, like, I've always felt like the story made a lot of sense. Like, okay, yeah, Scar kills Mufasa because he wants power,
Mm-hmm.
and then like he can't. I feel like Scar's like, well, I can't just kill him on my own. You know, by my own self. because it would probably be illegitimate, and maybe it would be like, well, the wildebeest, we don't know how sentient they are.
Mhm.
Maybe they would specify, like, no, none of us killed him, none of us trampled over him. We don't have anything.
The wildebeest
The
abstained from the court hearings of the lions.
I was gonna say we don't know. We don't know either way. But either way, it's just more convenient at this point specifically for him to be like, oh yeah, you run off, and maybe we can pretend that he died in the stampede. I think that feels like I think that's a thing that whether it's whether it's true or not. He's like, okay, yeah, the hyenas kill him. It's still a more
We can't blame it on the hyenas because he brings them into the fold.
convenient.
We can't blame the hyenas because he makes like he's like, oh, the hyenas are gonna live with us now. So like, if he blames it on the hyenas, and like, oh, by the way, the murderers of your son are gonna
Oh,
be like
well,
chilling with
but
us now.
but it's a case. I think it's a case of if if this and this. That's what I'm kind of thinking of it as. Is so okay. Well, if people know that he survived the stampede,
Well, they
oh,
don't. They think the stampede kills him.
okay. Yes, they do. But it's like a case of like, okay, if for some whatever reason that doesn't hold up, okay, well obviously the hyenas killed him. If the hyenas didn't kill him,
But
oh, well maybe he panicked into the desert and died
well, I would say
of there.
the hyenas killing him is never an option because he promised them the Pride Lands for helping him enact his plan. So like he can't like,
Yeah, but no, I think Scar would absolutely sell out the hyenas if it was convenient.
but like I mean, but they're kind of his like backing to the throne, right? Even though he's the rightful heir, someone might challenge him. Um, and
Who,
now he has like
who
his
can
own posse.
who has the station to challenge him?
I mean, Sarabi could probably try and kill him, right? I mean, not saying that she would.
Who is the next?
It'd be Sarabi. If there's no men, it would just be the the leader of the women. Like
Great.
females did rule in medieval times. It was just not as common.
Prove it.
Name one queen.
Name one queen that's ever happened.
Queen
Can't do it.
Queen Catherine the Great of France.
I feel like you just
Wait.
made that up.
No,
Queen
she was a she was a
Queen
Medici.
Iron of America. There we go.
Wasn't Catherine the Great?
Well, there was Catherine the Great, the Russian, and then there was also Catherine the Great, the French queen, who was a Medici.
I didn't ask about that.
Well, yeah, you did say, tell me to name an existing queen. You just told me to name a queen.
King Charles'
Iron,
wife.
you're the queen.
Whatever her
I
name
was
is.
good. No. Iron, you are
Who's,
the queen I'm naming. I'm naming you queen right now.
Who's your queen right now? What's her name?
We don't have a queen.
King Charles is single?
No,
Well,
but she's not queen. She's queen consort.
you know what I meant.
Camilla. Horseface.
Her name's Kamala.
Camilla.
Wait.
King Charles married Kamala Harris. What?
Yeah, did you not? Did you not see that?
No, I must have
news?
missed
It was a
that
big deal.
tabloid.
Yeah, she's Camilla or Horseface.
Gotcha.
Depending on who you ask, guys.
Well, I should be saying this stuff on a stream. I'm gonna get arrested now.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys.
the UK, it's no free speech allowed over there.
No fun allowed.
Yeah, but yeah. So I think it is interesting to see how the story kind of follows the main beats of Hamlet and then where it diverges. Like obviously the meme earlier, we had it up for a while, and the ending's the biggest difference. Whereas Hamlet, everyone fucking dies at the end, and it's kind of like a meme where like Forbintraz, I think so, I don't know how to pronounce his name. He shows up to like uh to wage war on for past grievances on Hamlet and his family, and they're already fucking dead when he gets there. He's like, "What?" and and obviously the ending of Lion King is an Elton John song playing, so it's a bit of a difference there.
Oh, no.
Art's like, "What's the difference?"
Tragedies. An Elton
But
John song went off in 1976. That's a tragedy, my friend.
I was gonna say either way though, like
I like your joke,
I,
Art. It's both tragedy in that sense and then a tragedy in the Shakespearean sense.
Yeah.
yeah, I think we've already kind of illustrated kind of a lot of the plot beats either way. It's like
It's we definitely I think that's something to go next time rather than going in a strict order like this. Like I just kind of put them in order, just kind of I thought the the conversation would organically follow a certain line, but like you can't predict how a
oh
conversation's gonna go.
I've actually I've enjoyed the way we've done it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of like
Well, I was gonna say, I think next time I'll keep all the title cards, and then just like instead of trying to go in a specific order, just kind of wherever the conversation takes us, I'll switch the title card to what we're currently talking about.
yeah.
Because that's what we did
Oh
with the
no.
external stuff. We just kind of bebopped around, like we didn't go in the the order I thought it would go in. But like
Uh,
this is just kind of general
I agree with
guidelines.
our chat. Oh no, a Brit. Do need to beat art for that.
Terran
Yeah.
guy
But then
93.
again, wait. Then again, no, wait. Hold on, chat. He is a self-hating Brit, so we can allow
I
it.
think that's our first random of the night. I don't know who that is. Hello, Mr. Terran guy 93. How you doing?
Yeah, no,
The great
love
irony is that
Canyon.
Terran Guy is also a Brit.
Do
I'm
you know
actually
him?
Terran Guy. No, I have no idea.
Terran, that means Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
And
So he's
Britain,
a.
and Britain is technically part of Earth.
I was gonna say. So what we know so far is he lives on Earth.
It's not a random lol.
Oh
He's not a
shoot,
random
who
lol.
is it? Oh, I feel bad now,
Wow, I can't believe you just ghosted this guy.
dude. Now I'm the asshole. Fuck.
You are an asshole.
I'm
But yeah,
sorry, Terran
we've
guy
done it before.
93. This is all my fault.
Yeah. No, you're on a random. You're particularly special. You did in fact ride the short bus.
Terran guy 93. Interesting. Hmm.
I think I know who it is, but I'm not. But I like the idea of saying he rode the short bus better. So
Oh, it's Admiral Cat.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, he's not a Brit then.
Oh, he switched. Oh,
oh
he's an Aussie, right?
No, he's from Texas.
Oh, that's right.
yeah, no, he's
Hey,
an
well, hey,
American.
Aussie's British Texas.
True, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
I always get Aussies and Texans confused on Discord. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I do know why. It's because there's similar
Well,
lifestyle.
they both live in the desert. But yeah, let's continue on with the thing so we can
Yeah,
end so that Art can sleep.
yeah, me too. Art, you wanna know what I wrote for my note for plot?
Yeah.
I wrote Hamlet with lions. That was my only note.
I have one more note that's very important.
Yeah.
Slow-mo slap fight.
Oh, we should get into that now. Here, Art,
That made me
I'll let
laugh
you
so
do that.
hard. And
Here, you take the lead.
well, I don't think it was intentional, but when Simba and Scar start fighting and it goes into slow mo and they're like slapping at each other like two drunk retards in a pub in Britain, it was really really funny.
Yeah, it is kind of a little goofy looking. I get what they were going for. It just didn't quite land. It wasn't
Yeah, it's
as
a
epic and
little
dramatic as they wanted
goofy.
it to be. It kind of just looks silly.
It
Um,
looks like this looks like two guys having a slap fight, and it's just like this is a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit.
a
It's
bit
a
silly.
yeah.
It's not great.
No, I think the Scar or the Mufasa fight with the hyenas had a lot more weight to it than the
Yeah,
Simba Scar one. Also, do you like how they don't know how to get Simba out of that situation, so they just cut away when he jumps because his he's hanging from
yeah,
gravity and Scar has his hands like pinned to the the like slipping gravel, and then they cut away and just showed Simba yelling no or whatever he yells, and then like he just like lifts up Scar's hand and like forces himself to defy gravity and pull himself up into a jump onto Scar. Like there's just the physics just don't work in that scene at all.
why? Why didn't Mufasa do that? Is he stupid?
Yes, remember Scar told us he was stupid.
That's true.
But yeah,
I mean,
no,
Mufasa had been through a bit of a day, so we can forgive it.
dude, imagine if that like you know how like Hishi like or how it should have ended does those like skits. That's how they would probably do one for Lion King. Mufasa's like, wait a minute, my son got out of this. Rah!
Yep.
If Simba could do it, so can I. But yeah, no, I just that the slap fight is a bit weak. The Scar, I mean Simba's just dead. There's just they just literally break the laws of physics to have their hero moment. He can't get out of that. And then the eye color change was just a nitpick. I just thought it was just odd, peculiar. Like doesn't I don't think it really improves or diminishes the movie. I just noticed it. I'm like, huh, that's kind of strange. But
There's one more.
I think this is one of those times where filmatic and like inspirational storytelling overrides logical.
well, it does. I mean, it's a fairy tale. I'm willing to let a lot go. I just think the final climactic battle where he defies gravity. I think I like meh. Even for a fairy tale, I think that's kind of a little
Yes,
weak.
absolutely, absolutely. I just feel like I have to give a little bit more context of what we're specifically arguing against,
Yeah, because I
and
think like the grass all dying and it stopped raining, right? Like obviously that's not logical either, but like it makes sense like thematically and like it kind of like fits the fairy tale nature where like Simba defying gravity
There's
doesn't
one more.
really it's not really the same
and
situation.
I think, and obviously, I think we specifically all agree this is still one of the best animated films of all time.
Well, I do, but again, art's not as big on this movie as we are.
Okay, but art is wrong then.
Well, I think he's one of those
My
things. Go on, art.
my position is that it's obviously a very well made movie, but Disney films just always I have trouble getting into them.
Oh, okay, wait. So your problem is less, oh, it's bad,
It's
and
a
more
taste
like,
thing.
okay, I can't get into it.
Yeah,
Nah, that's
Okay,
fair. That's
well,
valid.
in that case, yeah, in that case, it's not like contradictory to the idea. This is probably one of the better like animated films of all time.
yeah. I mean, you can't argue that it's a bad movie.
Yeah,
Yep,
I mean,
Well,
exactly.
I guess you could, but it would be foolish.
yeah. There's
Yeah.
like what we pointed like three errors in the entire film. Like it's pretty airtight.
I have one more.
Yeah.
It's kind of a
That's
nitpick though.
probably
Oh,
there's
I want to
probably
hear
more,
Art's
but there's
nitpick.
so well,
What's your
It's
nitpick,
just
Art?
kind of it's more something that just made me laugh. It's not really a problem, but Simba and Nala when they get back, when they meet again, they're bickering, they're arguing. Then they sing a love song where they're falling in love. And and then they go back to bickering and arguing, and Nala fucks off.
Well, that's kind of how men and women are. Like it just like mood swings.
True,
Like it's
I
pretty.
was just gonna
that's
say
true.
woman moment.
Yeah. But yeah. So I think I really like the way they did the POV structure in this film. It flips back and forth between Simba and Scar because like it's the I like how the antagonist almost gets as much screen time as the protagonist. I like when antagonists are like kind of ever present, and you get to like to see things from their perspective literally. Like there's entire scenes. Most of Scar's scenes actually are
Well,
without
there's
Simba or very minimal Simba.
I would almost say there is a respect to the antagonist's worldview.
Well, yeah, I mean, his actions aren't justified, but his feelings are. Like, it would suck to be the second brother always living in the
Yeah,
shadow.
absolutely. That's what I mean. That is exactly what I mean. Like, you understand exactly how Scar feels,
And you
and
can
I
relate
think
to
it's a
it.
very intuitive.
Yeah.
And you might even relate to it.
Yeah, there's a lot
Like,
of
there's
people
a
who probably
lot of
have like an older brother who like I only have a younger sibling, but like I think there's a lot of people
for a lot of. Well, I have that. Like
well,
my older brother, because I grew up in a military family, right? And my older brother joined a military, and there was that for a long time. And then like he fucked up in the military branch, and like that came about outside of that. But like for a long time, it was he was the kind of a big man on campus, so to speak. And I think a lot of people can. It's very easy to understand that.
Yeah, I have two older brothers, and there's always that sense of like,
I mean, I have two older brothers as well, but only one of them has mentality and situation.
well, one better counts. He's only 11 months older than me. To answer Admiral's question in chat, yeah, I like many out animated films,
like
like
Aladdin.
Akira, like
Yes, yes,
Mo-
which Art and I have actually talked about
You guys watched
on
Tokyo
stream
Godfathers
on
and
or
my
like
whatever
channel.
together, right?
most Pixar movies. Yeah,
Do you like Up?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I do like Up.
I like Up a lot.
Up is okay.
Boo! I get that the beginning is the best part of the movie, but like I enjoy the whole film. Like I like what the
Oh
film's
no,
going
no.
for.
With me, it's just I don't have a lot of nostalgia for it. You know,
I just think it takes uh, the character on a
I
really
watched
cool
it
character
once.
journey. Like he starts at the high place, then he gets kind of becomes old and grumpy and just wants to like walk away from it all kind
Oh
of
no,
thing. And then like Kevin or
I
not Kevin,
actually
the kid brings him
sympathize a
back up.
lot with that. It's just that the movie itself I only watched once.
Yeah, maybe
I think
that's one we could do in the future, but we should probably get back to Lion King.
yeah, yeah.
The hell is Lion King?
Yeah.
For this movie, what else do we have to talk
I was
about?
gonna say, going back to the POVs, I like that the flip flopping between the protagonist and antagonist, and then I like how you kind of get like the third party, like mystical POV of Rafiki every here and there to kind of like foreshadows kind of where the movie's going, and it just kind of like
You,
it kind of
and
gives you like a
you
more
actually
like
get
it's kind of like he's kind of like nature's POV, kind of like he's kind of like so in touch with nature that like he's kind of like the balance of nature and like he restores nature by like putting Simba back on the right path. Because like at the end of the movie, all the grass returns and all the animals return, and like Rafiki did his job by preserving the balance of nature by restoring order to the hierarchy.
Up is meh, says Admiral Cat.
Well, maybe I'll change my mind if I watch again, but I remember really liking Up. But I
so
don't.
Rangi has
I don't.
Rangi has something about the POVs that he noticed when we watched it the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think a lot of with the POVs.
Mm.
I did notice actually. No, you were wrong about the POV. Timon definitely has his own POV in the movie. Pumbaa, Timon and Pumbaa definitely have their own POV in the movie, and you were wrong about that.
Well, is there a
Fight, fight,
single?
fight,
Is
fight.
there
They get two actually, two scenes where they have a POV.
Yep,
Well, the second
absolutely.
the one with Nala,
which is about as much as
the
which is
one,
about as
but
much.
but the one with Nala, right, where they confront him. Like if you actually follow the camera angle, it's literally from where Rafiki's watching them, and then
That's
like
not even the one. That's not even the scenes I'm talking about.
okay,
Yeah, that's bro. No, they literally have the POV of like, shit. The kid is like buying into this. We have to make a decision, and we also have like the other situations of like them prior to that. Like Timon and Pumbaa are like a major POV character, as I would argue.
I would well
They're
yes,
like
well I mean
so
the
you
one
have
scene
them.
where they go into the song of uh
Yep, they have that.
yeah
There's another one too.
which
Yeah,
one?
there's another one too.
That's the one where they first come across the unconscious Simba,
Okay.
and they're trying to decide what to do with them.
All right,
Hmm?
I guess they would qualify as POV
Minor
characters.
POV
Yeah,
characters,
but they don't
but
have as
POV
much.
characters
Yeah.
nonetheless.
Yeah, okay, no, that's
Well,
fair.
they're minor POV characters that then later had their own movie.
Yeah, well, that I think that's kind of they were just the like Art said earlier, they were like the standout characters, the fan favorites, and then they got their own
They were the
spin-off.
Fonzie.
Yeah,
They
or
were the
Frasier.
fun of the movie.
Um,
Yeah.
but um, but yeah, so yes, they are minor POVs, and Rafiki also is a minor POV. Like he is about the same amount of POV
Yeah,
time as Timon and Pumbaa.
he
However,
actually,
his
he absolutely is.
however, even though he's a minor POV, the the importance of his POV scenes kind of hold more thematic weight, whereas most of the importance of the
I
Timon
don't
and
know
Pumbaa
about that.
stuff. Let me finish. Most of the importance of the Timon and Pumbaa characters come through Simba's POV, right? Like like when they find him in the desert, right? They're just kind of singing a song and come across him, and then when they start singing, the soon as the song becomes about Simba, it goes back to Simba. Like like
Yeah.
bo- both those POVs are just to build up to what Simba's going through, whereas Rafiki kind of like his is like I said the kind of he's the stand-in for nature's POV.
But Rafiki's POV is more proactive. Timon and Pumbaa's POV are more reactive to what is happening with Simba.
Yes.
And I think they have just as much thematic weight as Rafiki.
What? But that's not what I meant. It's not that the characters don't have as much thematic weight. They absolutely do. It's just the meat of their characters happens through Simba's POV. Their two POV scenes are just kind of setting up what's next for Simba, and then once you get back to Simba, then you get the meat and potatoes of those characters.
No, I think the main potato of the characters is just portrayed just so strongly through the Kuna Matata scene,
Art, you see what I'm saying
song.
though, right?
I do agree with what Ian is saying.
Because like there's
Oh
you don't
yeah.
get any thematic substance from them just singing in the desert and then they stumble upon Simba and wake him up, right? Like they're
Well,
there to,
no. But wait. But the follow up scene with them singing to
which
him
is in Simba's
for
POV.
after the fact. Yeah, it is in Simba's POV,
Yes.
but it's kind of in both their POVs.
No, it switches to Simba because he's perceiving the world through their eyes. That's the whole point of that song. They are teaching Simba how to live like them. So Simba
Well,
is
I would argue it starts from their POV and
yes,
then in his POV.
correct. And my point is the meat and potatoes of that scene are all through Simba's POV. That they're just there to set up
Well,
Simba.
I would say like the meat is on one side and the potatoes are on one side,
Okay,
and
so,
I have to step away.
okay. Okay. It's like you see what I'm saying, Art, right? I'm not trying to say they're not uh, very important characters thematically. It's just like the two scenes they
Well,
have.
I think the way I explained it is
Yeah.
makes sense. Vicky's POVs are more proactive to the plot. Their
Mhm.
POV scenes are more reactive to Simba.
Correct. Yeah, I think that's a good way to explain it. That's I was much more long-winded in my explanation, and you were much more precise. Brevity is the soul of wit, as Shakespeare would say,
Yeah,
which is
fucking Shakespeare.
which is hilarious since he's the fucking opposite of that. The dude doesn't know
He
how to
really
shut up.
is.
Every fucking monologue is way too long. Except for in Julius
Yes.
Caesar, the monologues in Julius Caesar, I think actually justify their length. They're pretty cool. Julius Caesar is based, and you should read it. But
Well,
I'll allow you to slander the rest of Shakespeare, just not Julius Caesar.
and I will.
But yes, I just thought it was hilarious. Maybe that was part of the irony that I think it was Hamlet who says brevity is the soul of wit, and then that character does nothing but give monologues and soliloquies.
That's a good question. Who does say brevity is sort of? I think you're right. I think it is
Well, it's I just read the
Hamlet.
line. It's in Hamlet. I'm just trying to remember which character. It's probably Hamlet or Horatio. It's probably the two characters that would best fit.
Polonius,
It was Polonius, really?
apparently.
May-
According to NoSweatShakespeare.com.
huh? Like, does he say it to Hamlet or Ophelia? Those are like the two characters he talks to the most.
Act 2, Scene 2, Polonius is talking to the king and queen,
Oh, it's that
Claudius
scene.
and Gertrude.
Okay. Yeah, he talks to the king and queen a lot as well. He's kind of like whispering in the king's ear. Um,
Brevity is the soul of wit means that one can say a lot more by using the minimum of language.
well, yeah,
Not about being witty in the funny sense.
I got that part. um,
We can see that although he's saying that using few words he shows intelligence, he's going on and on, round and round.
so it is supposed to be ironic because he doesn't shut the fuck
Yeah.
up either.
The quote Fraser Crane is saying I'm redundant, that I repeat myself, that I say things over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of a hypocritical character. It's kind of part of the point of his character. Hamlet a lot of times will point out his character flaws because he doesn't like him. um, but also Hamlet's also kind of a prick. Pretty much everyone except for Horatio in that story is kind of a dick. Horatio's based though. I like Horatio.
Yeah, the guy from CSI Miami, I get you.
That's his name, Horatio.
Yeah, Horatio Crane. Horatio Crane? Horatio Kane? Something like that. CSI Miami. I have to look it up now.
All right. Well,
I've seen every episode of that show because my mum used to watch it when it was on back in the day.
Well, we have three more categories, and this I think will be the last long one. Dialogue. What do you think of the dialogue in this movie, Art? I think it's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good. Some of Scar's lines are great. The whole I'm not going to get it right verbatim, but he's basically saying like, when it comes to cleverness, what's the line? I know he says when it comes to strength, I'm in the shallow end of the gene pool, but I can't remember the first half.
Oh yeah, I know which line you're referring to. I'm forgetting as well. Also, there's a lot of like really good lines and be prepared that like kind of go under the radar because everyone just kind of like bopping their head to the tune. Like here, let me pull up "Be Prepared." Some of the songs in that or the lines in that. Here, but when we're talking kings and successions, even you can't be caught unawares. So prepare for a chance of a lifetime. Be prepared. Well, okay, actually, it's not as good as I thought. Where, where's the part where he gets like crazy? Um,
You know, it sounds sordid, but you'll be rewarded when at last I am given my dues and injustice deliciously squared.
yeah, it's a good one. Oh, here's what I was thinking of. Um, So prepare for the coup of the century. Be prepared for the murkiest scam. Meticulous planning, tenacity spanning, decades of denial is simply why I'll be king. Undisputed, respected, saluted, and seen for the wonder I am. Yes, my teeth are ambitious, are bared. Be prepared. And like yeah, so I like that the little the be
Yeah.
prepared for the murkiest scam, meticulous planning, tenacity spanning decades of denial, simply while I be king, undisputed, respected, saluted. That like the just and the way he sings, like Jeremy Irons sings it too. It just makes it go so hard.
Well, he kind of does it in a, I'm gonna flex my music stuff. He does it in a kind of sprek kick sang,
Okay.
which is basically like speak singing.
Like what Sinatra
It's not
would
quite
do.
rap, but it's you know the B-52s,
Yeah, the beef like Love Shack.
the male singer from the B-52s. That's what he does. Sprek sang.
Love Shack, Love Shack. So like, would Frank Sinatra do Beck Shack or whatever how you ever pronounce it?
Sprek sang. I think so, a little bit. Bob Dylan does it a little bit.
Dean Martin,
Yeah, Nick Cave
Nick Cage.
does it sometimes. Nick Cave.
Oh, I didn't know this. I didn't realize Nick Cage had a speaking career. Oh yeah, Admiral Cat
But I think
says,
the most famous.
"Well, as far as brains go, I got the lion's share, but when it comes to
That's
brute
it.
strength, I'm afraid I'm at the shell in the gene pool." Yeah, that's a good line.
It's a really good line.
Yeah, I like I said earlier, my favorite line is "You are a baboon and I am not," because like it's like Rafiki has such a weird way of speaking, but like it gets the point across that like you're the fool here, not me, because he seems really like foolish, like the way he talks, but like that's just because Simba lacks the wisdom to understand what the hell Rafiki's saying, because like he's kind of talking in he's talking in an abstract way that like Simba's used to much more plain language. And then obviously the joke is that like he's a monkey calling him a monkey and saying I'm not a monkey because he says I'm not a baboon because he's a different type of monkey. It's a fun little species joke, especially since scientists used to think mandrills were baboons until they realized that they were a separate genus. Little fun
There's also
science
the
fact for you.
great. There's also the great joke when they're looking up at the stars.
Oh, and Pumbaa
And
accurately tells you what a star is.
yeah, so good.
Yeah, that's a really funny one. Um, it's like Timon calls them fireflies. The Pumbaa's like, I think they're giant balls of super condensed gas, millions of light years away, or something like that. And Timon's like, Pumbaa, everything would fuse gas. Yeah, Admiral Cat says the banging combination of writing and delivery. Yeah, that's pretty much every line Scar
Yeah,
has.
pretty much.
But yeah, I think we agreed that like the standout voice performances were Jeremy Irons, with,
James L. Jones.
James Earl Jones, the guys who did Rafiki and then Cheech obviously did a really good job, and then Mr. Bean did a really good job, and Nathan Lane did a really good job. Like there's a lot of really good voice performances. It's mostly the side characters, but Scar, I would say Scar is probably the second main character, as we went over earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then I guess that just takes us to the songs now. What's your favorite song in this?
Be prepared.
Yeah, that's a good one. For me, it's probably Circle of Life, but Be Prepared's up there.
I don't like any of the other songs.
Really? You only like Be Prepared?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Hakuna Matata. The problem with Hakuna Matata is it's so overplayed.
Yeah. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. It means
like when I was a kid in
mm-hmm.
Around the time this movie came out, which makes me feel old. The Hakuna Matata was played on the radio constantly.
Yeah.
And it's kind of gotten old a little bit.
I like all of them. Can You Feel the Love Tonight's a little boring, but the rest are I really enjoy. Circle of Life is phenomenal. I can see why they used it for the trailer. I just can't wait to be king. That one's fun, but I think the problem with that one is you really need the visuals with it. I think that song is a lot weaker without the visual component.
The visuals in that song are great.
Yeah,
I'll give it that.
it's probably the best visuals in the movie, just for like creativity, from a creative standpoint. Just all the colors and using the animals' proportions in slightly exaggerated ways. That's
Yeah, we're
fun.
talking about minimalist.
You know, I don't know my art terms.
Uh, Minimalist, it means it's a bit more simplified.
Okay.
Like
Um,
the backgrounds become a bit more.
it's like
I
less
don't know how to
detail.
say it except to say minimalist.
Yeah. Well, okay, so you are using it in the way I thought. Like, because when I think of minimalism, I think of like when you like redesign a logo to make it more simplified. Um,
Yeah, basically.
yeah. You are using it the same way then. Um, so yeah. So with the backdrops, right? You take the multi layered backdrops that like kind of look
Yeah,
like fresco paintings, and then you replace it with kind of like looks like more like stock like backgrounds you see in a PowerPoint, and like it just kind of the contrast of the more detailed characters with the PowerPoint looking backgrounds creates a like a nice juxtaposition.
yeah. I'm gonna try and get a picture if I can find this song quickly enough. Oh, that's close.
But yeah, I think that because the visual components go really well with all the songs. But I think that song suffers the most without the matching visual components. Like I think "Be Prepared," "Circle of Life," "Hakuna Matata," like you can just listen to on the radio and still like really vibe with it. But I think "I Just Can't Wait to Be King," you really need the matching visuals to really get into the song, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
All right. Well, I guess that's. Do you have anything more to say? Dialogue, because we can go into the last two categories, which are thankfully short, because I'm getting tired.
It's 5 o'clock for me right now.
Yeah. I don't know how you do it,
What's
Art.
the
You're a you're a soldier. You're a trooper. But yeah, pacing.
yeah?
I think this is I think a really lost art in media today. People don't know how to fucking pace anything anymore. Everything's like way too slow or way too fast, and like you just like Lion King's only 90 minutes, but like nothing drags, nothing overstays its welcome. Like it's just like it goes from it's snappy, but like it also when it needs to linger, it lingers just for the right amount.
So here's a critique.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I found the climax, the final confrontation with Scar, was maybe a slightly rushed.
I think I don't know if it's necessarily a time thing. I think it might be more of a set like a like a structure thing, like the way they set up that final confrontation, right? Like I feel like there maybe could have been like a scene in between the him like
Yeah,
renouncing his return and the fight. I don't know. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, that's kind of I think really what I meant more than rushed. It does feel like there should be another scene there.
Yeah, I agree. I think the weakest part of the film is the resolution, which is the last category, and we'll get to that in a second. But I think up until that point, the film I wouldn't really change much of anything. But I think you're right. I think maybe a longer scene, like a or not longer scene, like a an additional scene with his mom somewhere, because like she kind of just feels like tacked onto this film.
Yeah, she does. Maybe a little bit more fallout from him saying he killed his father, and then a little bit more build up to when he gets Scar to admit that he killed Mufasa.
Yeah, I think that would have been I think a bit more of a dialogue there um, could have been neat. I think that's probably my biggest. I don't know if I would necessarily call it a pacing issue. I guess in a roundabout way, it is a pacing issue because the film could have used some more minutes, which would make it a pacing issue. But I think having a bit more of a dialogue between Scar and Mufasa at the end of the film would have been nice. I feel like they didn't talk enough to each other. It's like kind of short their conversation,
Yeah.
especially since Scar is like so verbose, right? Like I feel like him giving a monologue at the end of the film would have been nice.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
And I wonder if they cut it out because they were a little concerned with how Shakespearean they were getting. Like they actually got a script note to like dial it back because they overdid it. Because like the original script note was to put as much Shakespearean as possible. Then they did that and they're like, okay, well maybe a little less. And I wonder if they thought like the soliloquy at the end would be too much on the nose.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that's how like every
Yeah,
Shakespeare play ends. It's with like a
Oh,
really
yeah.
long, over dramatic soliloquy.
Oh, yes.
but
Don't I know it?
but yeah, no, just hearing Jeremy Irons just do more of anything is always a treat. I think he's one of the most underrated actors out there. Like he's just so consistent.
He is very consistent.
Like even in bad movies, like he's a good Alfred. Like terrible,
He is a
terrible
good
DC
Alfred.
movies, but like he's good. like I couldn't like he does Alfred very well. Um, the what's the Three Musketeers movie he was in? That one's I don't know if I would call that movie good or not. It's a lot of fun. The Man in the Iron
That the
Mask.
90s one?
Yeah, it's I really enjoy that film, but I don't know if I would necessarily call it good. It's kind of wonky.
Yeah. From what I remember. Been a while.
I just remember there was a lot of oddities in it. Like it was just kind of, and I think that made the biggest problem. I didn't think it was paced very well. I liked the characters and I liked the story and I thought that everyone was well acted. I just thought it kind of it had a really weird pacing to it. It was just I have to rewatch it to like say for sure. It's been a while, but I just remember kind of just like kind of felt like that movie just moved at an odd pace. Um, but anyway, yeah, I think we both agree that a few extra minutes and a bit more with Scar and um, Sarabi at the end would have been nice.
Yeah.
All right, and
I don't kill the movie or anything, but would have
so
been nice.
that was kind of partially the resolution. Like we were going over what we would do differently with how the actual like climax. But like, what do you think of the final resolution where like the ending of the film with like how it comes full circle? I really like it. Like kind of the circle of life. Like the movie ends where it begins.
Well, yeah, it's thematically very relevant
Mm-hmm.
to have the movie circle back to the beginning, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But now with Simba and
His kid and Rafiki.
Nala and their kid, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Simba, Nala, their kid, and Rafiki. He holds them up on Pride Rock again. Like that, you can see on the screen. Like, yeah, that's obviously it's Simba in the image, but like maybe it's the other lion. They kind of look the same. Especially
It's
since
his kid,
Simba
his
is
name
behind
is.
Rafiki in this shot. It almost makes you
Yeah.
think it's his kid.
Hmm.
Actually, now I'm gaslighting myself. Do you think that's Simba or Simba's kid based on like the way the image is portrayed?
I think it's supposed to be Simba.
I do too. It's just but Simba's like adult Simba's like overlooking Rafiki holding up child Simba, so it's kind of
No, that's young Mufasa.
is it?
No.
Say I didn't think so.
Oh, my humor's not that dry, is it?
It's been a long week. I'm slower than normal. But yeah, I think
Also, I can't believe I forgot Nala's name because one of my cats is called Nala. But I
oh
forgot
okay.
it nonetheless.
Huh. Did you name it Because of the Lion King.
I did not.
Yeah,
We didn't name them. We rehomed them, and one of them was just called Nala.
okay, gotcha. But
I actually forgot that she was named after the Lion King. So I sat and watched it the other day, and I was like, "Oh yeah, right, that's where that name comes from."
oh, that's fun. It's kind of just like you're. It's kind of funny how our brains work like that. Like we just sometimes fail to connect the obvious, um, or just like kind of have little pinholes in our memories, kind of thing. But yeah, I think this is actually one of my favorite resolutions to any film. I just think it's like I really like when things come full circle. It's one of my favorite storytelling devices. I think it's really neat. I mean, Hero's Journey obviously is the most um, fundamental example of that. But like this is not like I mean, it very much in a lot of ways is your typical hero's journey, but like I think it deviates enough that it's like it still feels fresh. Um, Not to say that like following it exactly can't give you like good results. Like Kung Fu Panda is like basically as formulaic hero's journeys you can get. I actually made a video on it at one point, self plug there, but it's still like a really good movie because it's just like the creativity is not in the structure. I mean, the structure is very generic, but like everything that branches off the structure is super unique and full
Hello?
of creativity.
Hello.
Hey Rangi, we're just finishing up. We were talking about how the resolution of Lion King
Yeah.
comes full circle from the
So
beginning. Yep,
sorry, I had to step away for a while. I'm sorry.
all good, dude. Personal
Uh,
life comes first.
yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of what happened. What are we talking about right now?
Uh,
But also, we will never forgive you for that.
so what you missed is we went over the dialogue and the songs, and then we went over the pacing. We just think there's a minor pacing issue that the ending could have been a couple minutes longer. Give Scar and Sarabi a bit more at the end. Sarabi because she lacks any character, and Scar just because we think he should have gotten one more villainous monologue at the end, or at least a longer one. And now we're talking about how the Lion King's resolution is basically picture perfect, where it like mirrors the circle of life that the beginning of the film
Yeah.
starts with, and then it ends with the next generation of kings
Whoa.
being coronated by Rafiki on Pride Rock, and that's just it ends how it
Well,
starts.
and it's starting and ending with the circle of life
Yeah.
is very thematic. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Well, because it's literally what the song is. It's a
Mm-hmm.
circle of life. It's so the lion is born. The lion faces whatever the life they will have as kings, and eventually they do die off,
And they feed the
and they
grass.
hunt whatever they hunt
The
during that time.
the
Yeah.
dead lions make the grass grow, and there we
Oh
go.
yeah.
Comes full circle. And on that note, closing thoughts, gentlemen. I think we've said all
Uh,
about there is to say on the Lion King. Well, no, there's not. You can talk about this movie forever. It's such a
yeah.
good movie.
I
But
was gonna say you could probably make a 10, 12 hour video on this movie and still not even like fully scratch
what? Yeah, because I mean,
the surface.
like there because as much as I try to do it holistically and just like tackle every topic, there's just some topics we didn't go that deep into. Like we didn't go that deep in the art direction or the musical composition, mainly because it's just stuff I'm not as good at. I mean, I know that's more arts territory, and
Yep.
art. If you ever want to dive in more into that stuff in future films, feel free to take the lead because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff.
Okay.
Yep. But either way, with that stuff even being a thing, this is probably one of the, as far as Western animation is concerned, this is probably one of the best Western animated films of all time.
I would say, in my opinion, I think it's the
Maybe
best.
even one of the best animated films of all time.
I'd say so.
But I'm
It's
gonna
my
fight
favorite.
you on that as a weeb because, like, I have to.
Fair, fair. Um, no, no, no. My two favorite animated films are. It's this one, and you want to take a guess what the other one is?
The Lion King 2.
No.
Simba's Pride.
No. I don't think I've even seen that one before.
Toy Story 2.
Nope.
Toy Story 1.
All right, I'll just tell you. It's Rango.
Toy Story 3. Oh, Rango.
Rango. Okay, no, Rango's good.
I really like Rango.
I liked Rango.
Rango.
I might have some Ghibli stuff that I can like recommend in the future for suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, then well, we do rotate who picks what. Oh, I guess we can announce that now. The next film we'll be reviewing is Brazil because that's what Art wants to watch. It looks interesting. I don't know much about it, but it's got an interesting
do we
poster.
introduce the one after that too?
I don't care.
It's,
It's your call.
Brazil is one of my top 2 favorite movies of all time.
Really?
Yeah,
Is Back to the Future the other one?
No.
Where's Back to the Future on
It's
there?
obviously Triumph of the Will. That's obvious.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Back to the Future's up there. Back to the Future's probably in my top 10.
Okay. Is Groundhog Day in your top 10?
Maybe. Top 10's hard. Don't make me do a top 10 list.
Yeah. Groundhog Day and Back
Don't
to the
do it.
Future are both in my top 5. I adore those two films. Speaking of which, I'm
Yeah, Rangi.
so far behind a Groundhog Day video, but I'll get it out eventually.
My pick is Gran Torino. So
I've never seen that, but that's one of my dad's favorites, so I'm looking forward to it.
Rangi picked that because he thought it would be a good way to make an excuse to call iron slurs.
Yeah.
I mean that is also true, but it's actually probably I think it's the best anti-racist film of all time.
I forget what
It's
that word
very
means.
good.
It's like you're racist against racists, or like you fight racists. Like
No, I just can say it's the best movie against the idea of racism of all time that I've ever seen.
okay, okay. I'm struggling to grasp even basic concepts. That's how far gone my brain is right now.
So the problem is I can't say anything without spoiling it. Other than that,
all right, yeah, but yeah, no, yeah, anti-racism. What's 12 Years a Slave, right? That'd be a anti-racism.
film.
Film.
Clint Eastwood stars in it.
I know. It's
And directed it.
yeah,
and his son has a cameo.
I always forget
His
his
son
son's
is
an
a
actor.
guy he calls a worthless loser. It's a movie.
Sounds like an Archie Bunker.
Brazil, on the other hand, was directed by Terry Gilliam
Mm-hmm.
of Monty Python fame.
Oh, I love Monty Python. It's my favorite movie of all time.
It's also got Michael Palin in it, who was a member of Monty Python.
Well, holy crap!
Well.
Because I know they did multiple. Anyway, go. Sorry, but I interrupt you.
It also stars Jonathan Pryce and Bob Hoskins and Robert De Niro.
That's a pretty star-studded cast.
It's a good movie.
Yeah,
you have to make sure you watch the right cut, though.
Well, you can text me the details later. But yeah, I'm excited to watch both those films. I've never seen either. I've never heard of Brazil before, but it looks interesting. And I was very well aware of Gran Turismo or Gran Torino.
Oh, yeah.
Gran Turismo, that's a car race, right? God, my brain is mush right now. But yeah, well,
Per usual. Yeah,
even more mushy than normal. Yeah. But this is, I guess, we'll end it here. The parting thoughts of Lion King. I really like it. It's one of my favorite films of all time. I think it's one of the more unique Shakespeare adaptations. It takes a lot of creative liberties. It's not as much of a one-to-one as most of them are. And of the ones that do depart from the formula, I think it's one of the better ones. Like I don't think it's much of a hot take to say this film's better than Romeo and Juliet. I know, crazy. But yeah, I really like Lion King.
Is it better than that?
As far as I'm concerned, this is probably like if there's a defining film of my taste, it is probably this. It is. And it's not even tied to the Shakespearean aspect. It's just There's a lot of storytelling. There's a lot of character. There's character highly involved in this. Like I think you have to be crazy to not think like this story has strong characters at every level. You'd have to be crazy not to say that. But in general, like outside of that, just there's so much strong writing and character writing and performances here. I would just kind of challenge anybody to like make a fully negative review of it because it's like I, I don't think I could.
Yeah, no, it's a master class. It's a reason it's so well beloved and praised. Like it's
Yeah,
very tight. I mean, like there's flaws, of course there are, but like
yeah.
they're pretty minimal and minor. My complaints and art. Yeah, you wanna take away to close out?
Yeah, it's a very well made movie. You can't deny that. It's not my jam specifically, but there's definitely if I don't fully vibe with the movie, there's loads of stuff in the movie that I really enjoy. So
I've met your jam and he has bad takes.
He's yeah. Some would say he's
that's
the king
true.
of it.
He
um,
probably hates this movie. That wouldn't surprise me.
that would be funny. I think Jam likes this movie. I'd be
But
surprised if he doesn't. But
it's a joke for chat.
well, it won't be inside very longer. I mean, he might be finally making an appearance. We'll see.
I hope he does.
That'd be interesting. Um, Anyway, so you may or may not meet Jam in the future, chat. We'll see. But yeah, Lion King. I think it's a masterpiece in cinema. I would, if you somehow have never seen this film yet, I don't know anyone who hasn't. But if you haven't, go watch it. It's very, very good. And on that note, folks.
I would
Oh wait, Rangi,
actually be shocked if
do you want to
wait.
plug?
I'd
Do you
actually
want
be
to?
shocked if chat hasn't.
No, like I said, it's one of the
But
most
if you
watched
haven't,
movies
well, where? Well, if you haven't, comment where you've been so far.
under
Because
Patrick Starr's Rock, under Pride Rock.
well, yeah, because I would want to know, like, how have you not encountered this movie so far?
Put their head in the sand like an ostrich. But Rangi, do you want to plug your channel real quick before I turn off
Uh,
the stream?
yeah, I guess I'll do that. Yeah, I'm Rangi Nui. I do a lot of gameplay stuff mostly nowadays. Sometimes I do like anime reviews, but mostly what I do is gameplay stuff. Right now, I'm playing through all of the Final Fantasy games. I'm on Final Fantasy 2 right now. And I also am planning a long-term video about
Sorry, an
well, a
awful video game.
certain really bad DC video game.
Yeah, so keep a lookout for that chat. You might even
That's
see me
probably
make a
going to be
cameo.
like 6 months to a year.
So,
So,
sounds about right for our schedules.
so
Anyway, on that
yeah,
note,
yeah.
chat, Hakuna